Welcome, one and all, to Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike, and joining me once again is the Smoking Patriot. And tonight is the conclusion of our Back to the Future discussion, discussing the Back to the Future Trilogy, and we are finishing it off with Back to the Future Part 3. So, Patriot, when you think of Back to the Future Part 3, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Steam trains.
Steam trains pushing the DeLorean up to 88 miles per hour.
Well, not just that, but time traveling steam trains as well.
Yes, yes. And not only that, Doc has a romance.
He's got himself a little squeeze.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Thank you, brother. Well, thank you for the retweet. Really appreciate it. And, you know, another thing that I think of is that this particular movie is more of a Western, a sci-fi Western. You know?
Yeah, that's a very, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, it is a sci-fi Western because it starts out, yeah, I mean, you could easily like overanalyze it, but at its core, this is definitely a flat-out sci-fi Western.
Yep.
I mean, you can get a little bit of steampunk too.
Yeah.
If you look at Doc's sniper, that's a steampunk sniper, and anybody who says it's not, meet me in the octagon in 5 minutes. We'll settle this.
Here, let me get to that particular scene real quick.
I kid. Or
no. I want to get up to it because I have the movie pulled up on my external DVD player, and so.
Wow, you just totally bypassed like a whole bunch of movie already if you're going up to that scene already.
Well, I want to use it for reference. Well, we can always go back and.
No, you're right. Fair point.
So let me get up to it. I don't want to go too fast. All right. Almost there. Let's see if I can get to the exact point where. All right. Well. Try to get a good view of it is what I'm trying to do. Come on. All right. Well, it's not exactly clear, but it's.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're doing it with a when you're doing it with a DVD. Is the quality isn't as high.
Yeah, but I mean, you get a little bit of an idea here. Doc standing there, but let's go ahead and get back to the beginning of the movie. In case anyone's wondering, where, Mike? Back to the beginning.
There is a slightly better angle, by the way, of that. That's probably not the best angle.
No. I'll show it again. Don't worry.
Yeah, I can almost say that's not the most flattering angle of it.
No. I realize that, brother.
I'm not ragging on you. I'm just like, I mean. He's holding a gun. That's about the most you can tell. But anyways, we'll get back to that because I'm gonna. Whew, as a gun lover, let's just say I love that one part particularly. But we'll get there. We'll get back.
But here we are, just like in Back to the Future Part 2, Back to the Future Part 3 picks up right where the last movie left off, and this opened on May 29th, 1990. Oh boy. May 29th, 1990. Great Scott. Uh,
Lord, I mean, here's the thing. I was already born. Actually, when 2 and 3 came out, I was technically alive, although I was still in my I was only in my first few years of life. But when 2 and 3 come, so technically I was alive when these came out, but there's no way in hell I would have ever actually seen them so in theaters. So
well, I was 12 years old at the time, but unlike Doc, I wasn't thinking about journey to the center of the earth and trying to create an expedition to go to the center of the earth. Like Doc mentions in this movie. So, we see Doc, he fainted. Marty's trying to revive him. And then the next thing we see, I'll get to it here shortly. And we pop up at Doc's house. I'm going to go to the interior.
And I'm just going to say, by the way, the way this opens is the way they did the editing. And remember, guys, this is not modern day. Okay, they actually had to work with actual film, which I briefly had to as well when I worked at a movie theater. Okay, it is not easy to do. It's not simply you just cut and paste and drag and drop. I mean, you literally had to take individual strips, cut them, and piece them just right. Like, it was not, the average person couldn't do this. The way this opens is right out of the first movie, all the way up until all the way up until you see Marty running. So the way they did the cutting and the editing in the way this opens is just, it's so beautiful, because you get that whole exhilarating. You open literally with Marty like flooring it down the street with the giant pole sticking out of the DeLorean trying to catch the lightning. Like, that's where it opens. And then again, it's just again, this series, this trilogy is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's well done, and I'm gonna say my final thoughts for it at the end. But anyone who knows me knows how I feel about this particular trilogy, even more so than others. So we get to Doc's house, and of course, things are drying by the fireplace, including the letter that Doc of 1985, back in 1885, gave explicit instructions that it be given to Marty in that exact location and that exact moment on November 12th, 1955. So let's go ahead and go to the scene that wakes up a sleeping Doc on his couch. Trying to get it right there. There we go. So here we go. Old-fashioned black and white television. And what it ends up waking up Doc? Well, hey kids, what time is it? Howdy doody time. Howdy doody time. It's howdy doody time.
I still remember that even as a kid, okay? Now, remember, okay? 3 came out in 1990.
Yes.
I started watching these in the mid-90s. So it's not that long since 3 came out to when I actually started watching 1 and 3. Because those were the 2 that my parents owned. So you got to remember that this was just like, had the Howdy Do time. Every time it came on, I would just like chuckle. I'm like, that's so stupid. This is what I would think in my head. That's so stupid. Oh my gosh. Wow. They actually watched that stuff. And little did I know, several years later on one of the classic TV show channels, I used to watch the old school, what was it? Where it's like the team. It's like the team of people and they're marionette dolls, and they have like this special rescue vehicles.
Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds. There you go. I used to watch Thunderbirds like when I was like 8 or 9 years old. I used to actually just watch Thunderbirds because I thought it was so cool, even though it was marionettes and done in like the 60s or 50, was this 50s or 60s? It was 60s.
1950 is when Howdy Doody came out, and I think you're right about Thunderbirds coming out in the 60s. I think it was either the mid or late 60s. I could be wrong.
It was sometime in the 60s, but I just remember watching Thunderbirds because I'm like, you think, Howdy Doody, that's so stupid. Yet here I am watching marionette dolls like at the same time. So, I mean, talk about like an oxymoron of the highest.
Well, the thing is, when this scene came on, and I had gone to see this movie with my mom and my sister, and it was actually at the Oceanside Man Theater in Oceanside, California. And when Howdy Doody came on, she started laughing, but then there was a smile. And on the way home, she was telling my sister and I how she used to watch Howdy Doody when she was growing up. It was her favorite show as a kid. And she even had a Howdy Doody doll.
Well, but see, and that's the funny thing is that, like, go back to like the 50s and whatnot. It's weird. Tell me if you haven't noticed this. This happened, I want to say, starting around the late 70s and the 80s. But like a lot of cartoons, Star Wars, Star Trek, that kind of stuff. Typically, when you watch certain things as a kid, you kind of grow out of it, or in high school, you kind of just grow out of it and you don't really care anymore. You might even laugh at it. But nowadays, Star Wars, those of us who grew up, even going back to the late 70s, early 80s, who watched it as kids or even as adults, you still love it to this day. You watch a lot of the cartoons, Voltron, He-Man, stuff like that. You go fast forward to now, and people are still loving it from that time. And isn't it funny how Power Rangers, like Jason David Frank, who played Tommy, he's the OG the OG Sixth Ranger. He, to this day, he still loves Power Rangers. He's doing Legend of the White Dragon. I showed you, I sent you the teaser trailer. Yeah. He's doing Legend of the White Dragon. He's reprised his role as Tommy in as a guest role in several seasons as over the past few years of Power Rangers. So it's like, it's so funny how Howdy Doody, I guarantee you, people in the 80s at Howdy Doody, they'd laugh. But Power Rangers, which came out in the 80s and 90s, if you're starting over in Japan, but here in America, it kind of hit more in the 90s. Go then to now, and it's not considered childish because you have grown ass adults loving Power Rangers and Transformers and He-Man, and it's just, isn't it funny how 50s and 60s, a lot of that stuff nobody gives a crap about in terms of entertainment with TV shows and movies a lot. But once you hit like the late 70s go to now, isn't it? I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know.
I get it. I get what you're saying. It seems like we have more nostalgia for things that came out in the 70s and 80s than we do for things that came out in the 50s and early 60s. Now, granted, there are some exceptions to that.
True. Yes, there's always the exception. There always is. I don't know. I just find it funny how we laugh at Howdy Doody, yet when you have like Thunderbirds, they've remade Thunderbirds twice. They did the movie, which came out in the early 2000s. I never saw it.
Neither did I.
And then there was like an animated, a CG animated Thunderbirds TV show that came out. So they've again, it's funny, like how some of this stuff. But anyways, I'm going on a tangent.
No, because I was going to bring up Trey Parker and Matt Stone with their movie that came out, Team America, I think it was called. Somebody,
Team America World Police,
yeah.
Love that movie.
Yeah, and they used marionettes. There we go. Now I can say it. Can you speak, Mike? Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. But I mean, to someone like my mom and to other folks that were in that auditorium that day, seeing how to do duty on the screen, I'm sure it brought back a lot of fond memories, just like seeing things from our childhood bring a lot of fond memories to us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Howdy Doody that wakes up Doc, and let me get to it real quick. Oops.
Trips on the hoverboard.
Yep.
I mean, let's just be real. If you thought tripping on a regular skateboard or rollerblades or even Legos was bad, imagine having a levitating skateboard right there about shin level. So you're above the ankles at shin level now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about something that's really hiding. Oh
yeah.
That's gold.
And here's Doc recording the events from the previous night. And at one point he mentions he doesn't even remember how he got home after seeing a vision of Marty saying he had to come back from the future.
I love it as he's saying this. You just see Marty in the back and he's like reading he's reading the letter that he got at the end of number 2. He just sees their reading. He's like, hey, Doc. Yo, Doc. Doc. It's just like everyday Marty. It's not like Marty's in a panic or whatnot. Marty's just like, leisurely just reading through this and kind of trying to figure it out and get Doc's attention. And Doc's like losing his shit.
Yeah.
I just find it ironic, for me personally, at least.
No, because I wanted to get to that part where Marty, has just told Doc, and here we go. Because I love this part of the scene. When Doc, turns around and starts to freak out because there's Marty. And he, is shocked. He starts falling backward, trips on the hoverboard, and lands on his organ. And the way the organ's playing at that time, it's like this creepy, horror type music that's fitting with the scene, because Doc's thinking, oh crap, I'm gonna die here. Doc's having a nightmare as far as he's concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And then Marty, because I got it pulled up. Relax, Doc. It's me. It's Marty. No, it can't be. I just sent you back to the future. It doesn't make any sense for you to be here. I refuse to believe that you even are here.
I love it how Marty, he just like all of a sudden goes into speed talk mode.
Yep.
Like in this moment, he just goes into all out speed talk.
And
playing on the set back to 1885.
Yep.
1885.
That's a very interesting story, Future Boy. But if the me of the future is now in the past, how could you possibly know about it? You sent me a letter. I'll get to that.
Oh god.
There we go. It's a very interesting story, Future Boy. And notice how Christopher Lloyd gets right on Michael J. Fox's eye level.
I know.
In this scene.
It's not even that he gets to his to the eye level. It's like he's like it's not even eye level. He's got that stare where it's like, Marty, I'm staring into your soul right now.
Yep.
Like I'm gonna stare into your soul and get the truth from you right now.
Yep.
Like
this look right here.
Yep.
But that's what makes Christopher Lloyd such a good actor. Not only is he good at, becoming the character, but his facial expressions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then, of course, goes, if the me of the future is now in the past, how could you possibly know about it? I'm just going to play it here because there's no sound playing. You sent me a letter.
Right.
Then, of course, Doc starts reading the letter. Dear Marty, if my calculations are correct, you should receive this letter immediately after you saw the DeLorean struck by lightning. First, let me assure you that I'm alive and well. He starts reading the letter, and meanwhile, Marty's going around putting on the mind reading device. Of course, it's not on. But one of the things that we learn is that Doc tried to fix time circuits after they were damaged by the lightning strike, but unfortunately, suitable replacement parts won't be available until 1947. But he's gotten pretty adept at shoeing horses and fixing wagons. Okay, so yes, I am going to be quoting the movie quite a bit here.
I mean, honestly, if you weren't quoting the movie, I'd be wondering what the hell are we doing right now. Like, I'm quoting the movie. If you're not quoting the movie, then I just look like a freak.
And you know, Doc says to Marty, "Amazing! I actually end up as a blacksmith in the Old West." And this is where Marty says, "Pretty heavy, huh?" Of course, the Doc of 1955 just shakes it off. And, you know, as Doc's reading the letter, you know, the Doc that's in 1885 mentions his 1955 counterpart. That's me. Should have no problem fixing the DeLorean, so you should get back to 1985. And of course, Doc's enclosed a map to the old Delgado mining facility where the DeLorean's buried, and it should be well preserved. So, in the letter, Doc's explicit instructions are to not come back and get him back in 1885. He's perfectly happy living in 1885 and the wide open spaces and the fresh air. But things are about to change. Of course, Doc can't believe he wrote something so touching, and at the end it says, "Please take care of Einstein for me." Einstein, it's your dog, Doc. It's what you call your dog in 1985. Be sure to give him a good home and that he only likes canned dog food. You've been a kind and loyal friend to me, Marty, and you will always hold a special place in my heart. Your friend in time, Doc Emmett L. Brown, September 1st, 1885. Of course, there's his dog of 1955, Copernicus. And then Doc says, go ahead.
No, it's just funny how he's just like, in this he's like, I never know I could write. It's like he just has that like that low tone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never knew that I could write something so beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, you could easily mock him and be like, "Oh, Doc, stop being, like stop, okay?" But at the same time, you're just like, you kind of don't overlook it and everything.
That's the thing. In these movies, there are things you can nitpick all you want, but you just take it for what it is. A good movie.
Yeah, that's true.
So
very true.
Doc gets the map, and he says, according to this map, it's very deep inside the Delgado mine. We may have to blast. And then, of course, that leads to... Let me try to get to it.
I mean, when you're talking explosives, please tell me how that's a bad thing.
Well, you should see me in State of Decay too. I love my explosives in that game.
Oh, we are of this. Oh yeah, no, trust me. I whenever I have a carryover character, I've always got a 40mm grenade launcher usually. He's
Those,
always got a 40 millimeter grenade launcher with as many grenades as he can carry on him. Guaranteed.
those are helpful, especially against juggernauts.
Well, I mean, 50 cals are too, but it's a freaking 40 millimeter grenade launcher. I mean, how can you say no to that?
You can't.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, Doc does end up blasting the opening to the mine. And of course, Marty says, I think you woke up the dead with that blast. And of course, Doc hands Marty a camera. They end up going into the mine, and this is where we find out about Doc's love for Jules Verne and him being 12 years old at the time when he was planning his, expedition to, the center of the earth. And then as they're walking, they happen to find the exact location where the DeLorean is buried as they shine their lights onto the sealed off part of the mine. And of course, Doc says, my initials, just like in Journey to the Center of the Earth. That means the time vehicle is right behind this wall. Okay, so that was bad, Christopher Lloyd. I do apologize. So they get their pickaxe and they start picking away. And there we see it. And it's been buried there for 70 years, 2 months, and I think it was 15 days.
Buried here for 70 years. Yeah, I want to say 70 years, 2 months, and 8, or is it 18 or 15? I don't know. Lord have mercy. I'm not even going to try and remember that one.
And don't mind me. I'm just getting rid of this right here. I've seen too many of those popping up, not just on my streams, but other people's streams. So, folks, if you see this Vask tech, get rid of it immediately. But anyways, there's the DeLorean, and inside are repair instructions. So there's the schematic, and Marty's reading the repair instructions. And there's a line in this particular scene as Doc is examining the time circuit control microchip, and he says, no wonder this circuit failed. It says made in Japan. And Marty says, what are you talking about, Doc? All the best stuff is made in Japan. Unbelievable. Now, to put this movie into a particular point in time, you have to realize that at the time period that this movie is taking place, it's been 10 years since the end of World War II. So there's still a lot of tension.
Yeah, roughly 10 years, yeah.
Yep.
Roughly 10, yeah. Because it's, about 10 years, roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah. So and Japan is still very much in a rebuilding phase. Mm-hmm. Like, they're not the Japan that we know today.
No. So before anybody gets upset by that line, you have to realize the context of that line, where it's coming from. Mm-hmm. And hello, Captain Trek. Good to see you, brother. So Marty tells Doc all the best stuff is made in Japan, and then we next see the DeLorean getting lifted up on the tow truck. But that's not the main thing that drives the main plot point. It's not until, let me get to it, not until Marty's calling for Copernicus and they discover Doc's tombstone. Here lies Emmett Brown, died September 7th, 1885. And of course, that's also our first mention of Clara. And when Doc first sees it, of course, Marty's standing right on the grave, and Doc yells out, Marty, please don't stand there. And of course, I'm the same way. I've always been the same way when I go to cemeteries. It's like, nope, there are certain places you just don't stand. So,
yeah. if you can help it. Some cemeteries, especially the really, really old ones, good luck. Because, I mean, I've been to some of them. The ones that we're talking are like, God, how old? Like 200-year-old. It's like, okay, well, how many dead bodies are beneath the ground I'm standing on right now? It's like, you know, and I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, but
No.
certain cemeteries, it's hard to know exactly where to even stand because they're just so old and nothing's properly marked or anything. So
that's very true.
That's a side thing. That's a side thing. So.
Or if they do have a grave marker, you really have to be looking down on the ground for it.
Right. Yeah. And even then, you're going on the assumption that you can even see it on the ground, because sometimes if it's been there for several decades or maybe even a century, it'll have sunk an inch or two or three into the ground,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be covered up with weeds, and then it'll be so like dirtied up and everything. I mean, honestly, you'd walk by it 10 and miss it 9 out of 10 times probably.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but here, Marty and Doc are at the Hill Valley Public Library, the library that was boarded up in the alternate 1985, and we're finding out some information about Buford Mad Dog Tannen, and that he killed 11 people, including, actually, no, Marty says it doesn't include Indians or Chinamen, is the exact quote. And of course, here Doc's asking, does it mention me? Am I one of the 12? And then, of course, Marty goes on to mention that some things can't be clarified because records weren't being kept until a later date. And then, of course, Doc comes across this book, says the history of Hill Valley, up to the 1930s, and William McFly and family. Your relatives? My great-grandfather's name was William. That's him. Good-looking guy. McFly's, but no Browns. Maybe it wasn't you, Doc. Maybe it was another Emmett Brown in 1885. And then Doc says, no, because his family didn't come to Hill Valley until 1908, and then they were known as the Von Brauns, which a lot of, Von Brauns converted to Browns. Especially especially when World War I broke out too. They don't want to be associated.
Well, like my grandfather, his last name, his father's, his family's last name was actually French, because they immigrated from France to Canada to the French part of Canada, and this is back, we're talking in like the 1600s. Like, it was very much frontier of the frontier there, and but when they finally immigrated to America, there was a lot of French. I don't want to say hatred, but you were looked down on, like the whole like Irish thing, like no Irish or blacks, and where they were, there was the same thing with the French through anyone with a French name. So they changed their name from a French sounding name to an English or American sounding name.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my family actually experienced this, where they had to change their last name because of it and everything. So,
yeah. And as we continue on here, as Doc and Marty are looking through various documents, what do they find? A picture of 1985 Doc standing in front of the clock.
Mm-hmm.
The same clock that's going to be installed into the clock tower once it's completed. So, Marty and Doc, 1955, see that it's true. Let me try to get to it again. And this is where Marty says, Doc, after you fix the time circuits and put new tires on the DeLorean, I'm going back there and I'm bringing you home. Of course, Doc does look at him like, you're going against my instructions, but 1955, Doc seems to be okay with Marty going back. And then, of course, we get to the drive-in movie theater. Doc's checking the tire pressure. We see the new time circuit controls. It's tubes, because that's what it was back then, kids. Before we had the computers and laptops that we have now, they had to use a lot of vacuum tubes. And of course, Doc's asking Marty about the clothes, asking if they fit, and Marty's saying they do, but the boots are a little tight. And of course, Marty comes out and says, "Are you sure this stuff is authentic?" "Sure it is. Haven't you seen a Western?" "I have, Doc. Clint Eastwood never wore anything like this." "Clint who?" "That's right. You've never heard of him yet." And one thing Doc points out is that Marty shouldn't be wearing his Nikes, going back to 1885, but he also shouldn't be wearing them back in 1955. And Marty tries to reassure Doc of 1955 that he'll change out his shoes once he gets to his destination. Of course, Doc's going over saying he's put fresh batteries in the walkie-talkie. Let's see. Of course, the hoverboard. And he's telling them that there's a cave that Marty can hide the DeLorean in. And of course, Marty also says, Doc, this could be one hell of a long walk to Hill Valley from here. And Doc says, well, we don't need you to run into a tree that once existed in the past, because where you're going, there are no roads.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about when Marty suggested about landing the DeLorean on Biff's car, this is almost about as stupid of an idea, because even with these tires, it does elevate the DeLorean. Which, by the way, I love this. I love the way this DeLorean looks. Mm-hmm. How it's got like the 50s computer. It looks okay. You've played Fallout. Have you played like Fallout, any of the Fallout games?
I've played Fallout 3.
Okay. So doesn't the quote unquote microchip that's literally strapped onto the hood of the DeLorean, doesn't it kind of remind you a little bit of something out of like Fallout maybe?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, so you have this Fallout-esque microchip basically strapped onto the hood of the DeLorean, 50s tires, which do elevate it. I will say that. It does elevate it. I love the look of the DeLorean in 3 in this scene. It just looks, so beautiful. But going off-roading is not exactly a DeLorean speciality.
No.
I mean, they don't tear it up just like tinfoil too. I mean, let's call a spade while we're at it.
And the look that Marty's giving Doc here, because Marty's afraid of crashing into the wall, crashing into the Indians. And I love how Doc says, "You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. When you instantaneously travel back through time, those Indians won't even be there." Right.
Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because the only reason why the Indians are there is because they're painted onto the thing. So why is the assumption that the Indians, okay, I'm gonna just jump ahead a few seconds. We'll keep going on this scene. I'm just gonna jump ahead a few seconds for this one point because it's pertinent to this line. Is when he does jump, all of a sudden, what is there? A shit ton of Indians, right? Exactly where
right at this point
on the right. So I kind of feel like they just did that for plot convenience in the movie, like an irony thing. But I don't like it personally. I mean, honestly, I think it was stupid to oh my gosh, there's Indians there. Why were there Indians there just because you drove? Yeah, it never made sense to me. It still doesn't. I don't overthink it. I've always found that kind of stupid. Me personally, at least. So
I've tried to get a clear shot at.
That's that poster, snap cut print. Beautiful shot you got there.
But anyways, because I can't pull up a good shot and it's not quite cooperating, but that's all right. Marty's look right here is because what is he seeing? He's seeing Indians. And what was great about this scene, especially when you delve into the behind the scenes stuff, is they actually got some reenactment groups to participate in these scenes.
Well, that's what makes certain movies so good. Is like so for any of y'all that have seen the movies Gettysburg and Gods and Generals. Yes, there were Hollywood actors and whatnot, but a lot of the people, I'm not saying all, but I'd say a good at least 70% at least of all of the people that you see in these Civil War battles, those are actual reenactors because they've already got the looks, the weaponry, everything. So, like when you're seeing the Battle of Little Round Top in Gettysburg, those are reenactors. So you could say, "Oh my gosh, they're being overly dramatic," because they're reenactors. They're not actual actors. They literally reenact battles. They're not movie actors. Like so, but again, it's just like I love it how the most genuine feels in movies come from the reenactors, not from actual quote unquote actors.
Yeah, and these are more reenactors here in this scene after Marty finds the cave and parks the DeLorean inside the cave because they're the cavalry.
Yeah.
So after...
Damn, I ripped the fuel line.
Yeah, I'm getting to that part. You know where I'm going. Marty pulls... And what's funny, there we go, is Marty pulls his arrow out and they just tosses it aside like it's nothing. And...
It's the cavalry.
Shit, the cavalry.
Which I'm just gonna say this.
There we go.
I always found this scene so funny. How the Indians and everything, they're running. Well, you pop your head up. You're telling me not one of those guys in the cavalry would do an about face on his horse, ride over and find out who in the hell are you?
And what are you doing here? And what is that thing?
Saw him.
Yeah.
It's just I always found that again. This is not so for Mike and all those listening / watching. I'm not ripping on the movie. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm just pointing out ironies because I will watch these movies any day of the week. You don't even have to like convince me otherwise. They say, hey, do you want to watch back? I'm like, yes. You didn't even hear. I don't care which one. They're still on 1, 2, or 3. I don't care. I love them. I just love the ironies in the movies. So when you hear me point out little things, I'm not nitpicking. I'm just pointing out the ironies. Like it's ironic that one of those guys just didn't happen to do an about face. It's ironic this. It's ironic that. Because we could tear these movies a new one because there are a lot of things if you want to critique these movies about, you could easily critique them about.
Some would even say it's bad writing, but you know what? With these movies, you just sat back, you relaxed, and you enjoyed the story that was being told on screen.
Yep. I mean, let me just put it this way. Would you rather watch a 80s movie that is a beloved classic, even though you know it's not the best acted, or would you rather watch a more modern day movie that is so overtly bad that you'd rather drink your own vomit?
I'd rather watch a classic.
I mean, you know what? If you said drink vomit, I'd say we need to get you some serious medical help right now, because what the hell, dude?
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with everybody that's watching right now. I'm finding myself, and I'm probably not alone in this, but I'm finding myself going back to older movies that I have in my collection just because they're so much better. They are so much better.
Yep. The last new movie that I bought was Snyder's Justice League, the Snyder Cut. the one where it's like 4.5 hours long. I love that cut. That was the last new movie I bought. If you take that one out of the mix, the last new movie I bought was John Wick. It was the John Wick trilogy. So the third John Wick came out, 2018, 2019,
Somewhere around
there. Yeah. So a movie that's several years old is the last movie. So when they came out with the trilogy of all three movies, I bought the trilogy. That was the last new movie I've bought. Was the Snyder cut.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last. And again, that one I was not even expecting to buy initially, but I loved it so much when I watched it on HBO Max. I'm like, I want more of the Snyder universe. The only way I'm getting it is if I buy this, and I liked it, so I'm going to buy it and try and show them, hey, we want more stuff from Zack Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I think the guy was a complete a-hole when he was on the live stream, that Uche and the Geeks and Gamers team and everything that they had all put together, they're raising all this money and everything, and he had to go on and do that stuff. He lost some respect with me. Now, love or hate Geeks and Gamers, still, I mean, what they pulled off that night was incredible.
So are you saying that you're in no way, shape, or form associated with Pacific414?
I have to say this right now. I am in no way associated with Pacific414 or any other entities under the Pacific414 name. Any adherence that anyone thinks I have to this is completely hearsay and a rumor. And if anyone tells you that this is happening, please swiftly kick yourself in the nuts, because you are insane and crazy, because this is just a mutual partnership. I am in no way associated with the brand.
You heard it here first, folks.
For legal reasons.
But anyways, Marty smells something. And no, it's not what you think he might be smelling. No, it's the gas. And it's leaking from the fuel line. And he goes, damn, I ripped the fuel line. But that's not the one thing that should make him crap his pants. Come on.
Should. Although why it doesn't. Again, irony. If I start smelling a crap ton of fuel and I see, wait, my fuel line just ripped. I'm in 1885. The next gas station won't come around in this area for probably a good 40 years. Like, what am I like? Again, irony. I would be a little bit more panicking, but that's just me.
One second, the video player wasn't responding, so I was just trying to get it to respond. Trying to get to the moment that Marty should be freaking out. One second, folks. Bear with me here. Gotta get it to reload. There we go. There we go. Let it do its thing. Almost there. One second. Sometimes this player does it, so it's something I've learned to deal with, even after updating, doing stuff.
You're good. You're good. It's always hard with movies like this where you're trying, because there's so many scenes. So unless you have a crap ton of time to go through and manually cut scene from scene, that would take you a long time.
Yeah.
Because you have to go through, cut it, make sure that it looks good, the quality is good enough, it's the angle you want, all these other things. And a movie like Back to the Future, there's so many scenes. You're looking at probably 50 photos at least, maybe 60 at least.
But this is the reason why Marty should have been crapping his pants. That bear right behind him. And that right there, that was an actual bear.
Yeah. They brought a bear in for that, as I do recall, an actual bear.
Yep. And as Marty's running, he ends up falling down a hill, slams into a fence, and well, what's this? Michael J. Fox? A dual role yet again? Ah, no, laddie. We're introduced to Seamus. Maggie, we got a hurt man here. Fetch some water. I know the exact way he says it is, Maggie, fetch some water. We got a hurt man here. So we, yeah, we get we get a classic scene. We get a classic scene. Mom, is that you? There now. You've been asleep for almost 6 hours. I dreamed I was in a Western. And a bear was chasing me. There now. You're safe and sound back at the McFly farm. Then, of course, the lantern is illuminated. We see Maggie McFly, played by Leah Thompson. And Marty goes, You're my, who are you? Maggie McFly, that's Miss Maggie McFly. And don't you forget the missus. And what might your name be, sir? Why, it's Marty. And then he stops himself. Eastwood. Clint Eastwood.
I mean, but you know what? You gotta, again, for Michael J. Fox and Leah Thompson to be playing multiple roles, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Leah Thompson playing herself, her older self, in 3 different parts. When we first introduced to Marty's mom, when we see her at the end of 1,
mm-hmm.
and then when we see her, 4 times. 4 times, sorry, the time in the future, and then in the alternate 1985.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the 5th time, but this isn't like the mom. This is grandmother,
great grandmother.
Great grandmother. I mean, so it's just Leah Thompson and Michael J. Fox specifically. Those two, they played so many different roles. I mean, God, that scene from the future. How many roles did they each play? Like Michael J. Fox did both
his
of his
son
children
and his daughter.
Yeah,
his
son,
older
his daughter,
self.
His older self, himself, and
Mm-hmm.
then who played his dad? I mean, the dad was technically upside down, so you don't really get the best view.
I forget the actor's name, but because of the prosthetic makeup that they had on him, and because it wasn't Crispin Glover, they felt that people wouldn't recognize it. And of course, we'll get to a scene here in this movie where you can tell by the way they shot it. It wasn't Crispin Glover, but they tried to do what they could to keep some continuity.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's the thing, is that with this, with this trilogy, Michael J. Fox played probably close to a dozen different roles.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. And yes, again, don't criticize Michael J. Fox for. I mean, again, they were working on a very limited budget. It took a lot for them to get this trilogy made.
Mm-hmm.
It took so much effort, begging, pleading, even for the sequels, even for 2 and 3. It took a lot to get them going, and you had a very limited budget. So Michael J. Fox, you got to give the man credit for what he was able to do with such limited time and the finances of the project. Like, you got to hand it to the man. He did a pretty damn good job for what they were handed, basically.
And even Nerd brought up the part I have mentioned too. Maggie, Miss, don't forget to say Miss McFly. Yep, that's exactly right, Brian. Good to see you here, brother. See, that's the thing about these movies. We didn't know that we were going to be getting sequels at all. As far as we knew, the first Back to the Future was a one-off. When you see the DeLorean take off and head toward the camera, that was supposed to be it.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, you could have legitimately ended it at 1, and it would have been perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Because you knew. Here's the thing: you knew what was going to happen. Okay, because remember, Doc shows up and then he says, "Oh, it's your kid. Something's going to do about your kids." So you know already at the end of 1, they're going to go into the future. They're going to again. That was the beauty of certain movies where we don't get sequels. You kind of leave it up to interpretation in your brain in terms of all the possible stories. I mean, do they go to the future and it's an alien invasion and they gotta save the kids? Are the kids part of a rebellion group leading a revolution? Or are they criminals of a massive criminal empire? I mean, whatever the case is, because remember, he doesn't say anything about the kids. All he says is something's got to be done about your kids. That's all he says. He doesn't say whether they're in trouble, whether they've been arrested, are they being, whatever. Yep. It would have left it open to the mind, and it would have been perfect.
And Nerd Poil even brings up the part where the original film's ending was meant as a joke, but he didn't know that for years. His VHS says to be continued. Well, the reason why it says to be continued, because in the original theatrical release, and you see it in the later Blu-ray releases, there wasn't supposed to be a sequel.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I own them as as the box set trilogy on Blu-ray. That's how I own them. But yeah, no, I mean, and that's the crazy thing, I think, is that this is something that I wish Hollywood didn't do. You end a movie, and instead of kind of leaving it open-ended enough, you have to make sequels, and we get however many movies. Now, I love 2 and 3.
Yep.
But we didn't need a 2 and 3.
No,
we didn't.
We could have had Back to the Future and exactly.
Although I will say Back to the Future, if you're telling a movie where you go back into the past because it was an accident and then you have to get back, I guess Back to the Future. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of an oxymoron name, kind of like an ironic name. It's like you go into the past because you accidentally flipped a switch and now you got to get to the present. But for Doc, it's yeah. I'm just rambling at this point. Dear God.
No, brother, say what you need to say. How many times I told you, this is a relaxing stream. This is where we get to say what we want to say. Anyone who wants to come on, unless it's something planned like this, can come on. And
yeah, no, well, no, I just find it funny how it's Back to the Future, but the only reason why it's called Back to the Future is because he has to get back to the future. But the future is only the future for everyone in the past. For him, it's the present.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be one again. It's a title of irony. To Doc, it's the future. It's 1985. To Marty, it's present day. It's a title of irony.
Mm-hmm.
It's ironic that he has to get back to the future, but it's really the present. Like the future for everyone else. I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's just like hearing titles. And if you really think about it, you're like, that's a title of irony.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't really think until you think about it. You don't realize it. Yep. And I just find it. I find it entertaining.
No, that's perfectly fine. That's what this movie is supposed to do. It's supposed to entertain you and make you, think about things that make you go, "Gosh, I love this movie." And I want to say right now, for those that don't know me very well, but for those who do know me very well, you already know this answer. I do love this trilogy. This is my favorite trilogy. Go ahead. Fix that real quick.
This is my favorite trilogy. That's a hard one. There's so many good trilogies. I mean, you got Lord of the Rings, you got the original Star Wars. Trying to think of other trilogies, true trilogies, not like, you know.
Well, I'll explain why this is my favorite trilogy. I know I probably should leave this to the end, but I'm going to go in and explain it now since I'm the one that brought it up. It's because this is the first trilogy I got invested in.
Yeah,
It wasn't Star Wars. It wasn't Indiana Jones, because I hadn't seen The Last Crusade yet when I saw Back to the Future 3. But it was the Back to the Future trilogy that I got invested in. So that's why I hold it in such high regard. I got invested in the storyline. I got invested in the characters. I got invested in the actors. You know, I tried to look for anything that Christopher Lloyd was in. I tried to look for anything that Michael J. Fox was in besides Family Ties. But we see Seamus return home. Maggie, I got supper.
Well, I love it. I was like, he's like, Maggie, and then he just takes the shotgun, puts it up on the rack, and then turns around and he holds up some, I think it's rabbits.
Yeah.
I got supper. Marty spitting out the shot.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to get to that real quick. Yeah, because they're at the dinner table. Seamus is saying, I'll help you find your blacksmith friend. And I'll even give you a hat. And there's one of the shells right there that Marty's spitting out.
They're called shot.
Yeah,
like bird shot, buckshot. Yeah, I'm a gun guy. Okay, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy when I hear things. It's nothing against you. It's just, yeah.
Okay. Easy, Mad Dog. Easy, Mad Dog.
Dance, boy.
So, anyways, Seamus promises that he'll help him find his blacksmith friend, and he can stay in the barn. He hasn't heard any complaints from the pigs. And of course, Maggie says, Seamus, a word with you. And then she inquires to Seamus, you know, how do you know you're not bringing a curse upon the family by inviting Marty to stay in with them? And Seamus brings up a valid point. William is taking a liking to Marty, and he never takes a liking to any stranger, and he just has that feeling that he needs to look out for Marty. He doesn't know why, but he's got that feeling. Of course, this is Marty saying, so, you're my great-great-grandfather, the first McFly born in America. I'm trying to get to it. Try this. I'd have to... 1 second, folks. So I try to get to... 1 second. And Marty is lifting up the baby. Why is he lifting up the baby? Because he peed on him. You're the first McFly born in America, and you peed on me. So now we see Marty following the tracks, and he's still wearing his Nikes. And he gets up to the depot, and it's revealed. Hill Valley of 1885. There you see the clock tower is still under construction. Walking through town. He's a bathhouse. Everybody's looking at Marty like, Who the hell is this guy? Where'd he?
I mean,
I mean, look at how he's dressed. I'd be staring at him too.
it's like it's the 1885 of Brokeback Mountain.
well, we'll get to the scene because one of the cowboys in the saloon says it just right.
I mean, honestly, the guy with the tombstone. Look at the guy when you see it, like the Undertaker guy, where he's like, builds the caskets and the tombstones and everything. He's looking at him thinking, shit, I'm already backed up enough. I guess I better make one more if he's walking in here looking like that.
Yep. But Marty's walking through town. A stagecoach is going by. Excuse me. There it is. That stagecoach goes by, and Marty has to jump back into a pile of manure. And then he walks into the saloon, and 3 classic cowboy actors here. Look what just breezed through the door. I didn't know the circus was in town. Look like he got that shirt off of a dead Chinese. Those are actual lines from the movie, folks.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, you got to take, and that's the, you got to remember,
just like
you're in certain time periods that they're in, like when
just like I said about 1955, Doc, referring to the microchip.
Yep. In regards to the whole Japanese, there was still the animosity towards Japan and everything, and looking down upon the Japanese as almost inferior to a degree that some did. This you have to remember, because remember when he's reading, he killed these guys, not including Indians or Chinese, because back in those days, especially if you were in the what we consider the Old West, like Indians and Chinese were just like subhumans. Like you either killed them or you used them as almost like slave labor. Like again, you didn't care. The dead Chinaman on the side of the path. Oh well, we'll just keep going. Like you didn't bother. Like again, and it's not meant to be offensive. It's just of the times. So and this is, remember, and again, this is something that I absolutely love about movies from this time, and I've said it about like the Mel Brooks movies and some other films. They didn't care about being politically correct. Terminator's got a scene where you see Linda Hamilton's fully nude body pretty much, during a sex scene. They're saying stuff that would today be considered culturally offensive. Yeah, taboo or culturally offensive or this or that. But back in like the 80s, 70s and the 80s, they didn't care if they offended you. It was like, oh, you're offended? Well, that's your problem. No one else here is offended. That's your problem. You deal with that. So I just got to say that because that's why I love watching movies from the past, because they didn't care about being politically correct. So if you want to watch some a nice rack on a chick, for like Linda Hamilton in the first Terminator, or you want to watch some very culturally offensive stuff in Mel Brooks' Blazing Saddles, or what have you, you had those options to watch pretty much whatever you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And people, I mean, obviously you always had your dissenters, but their voices were mouth squeaks. They were nobodies.
There was no Twitter. There was no Twitter back then.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and say it. Thank God.
Yep. If you want to write a slander piece about somebody, you had to actually write it you had to send it as an opinion piece to the whatever local or regional newspaper and hope that it got printed. Other than that, it was a word of mouth thing. And remember, this is still in the time where you said something offensive to somebody, they'd clock you. You had to physically say something to look someone in the eye and say it and deal with the repercussions of it.
They
You couldn't
didn't
just
care.
anonymously create a million accounts and then just post whatever you want a million times from a million different accounts. You didn't have that. You had to physically look somebody in the eye and say, "Hey, I think you're butt ugly. Your mother's butt ugly. This and this and that." And then guess what? If he took a knife and shanked you, or he clubbed you upside the head so hard that your head lopped off, guess what? You brought it on yourself, and everyone would be like, "You had it coming." You don't say that
Yeah.
about a man's mother like that. You don't do that. Nowadays, you can say whatever you want on the internet, be anonymous, and people don't care. You know?
People think they're
So.
invisible because they're sitting behind a desk and typing on a keyboard.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But here we see the bartender, and he's looking at Marty like, the hell? And then trying to get to it. Marty,
I feel like I should be drinking some whiskey right now.
Well, yeah, that was going to get to my point. The bartender says, "What'll it be, stranger?" And Marty says, "Can I get some ice water?" "Water? Son, you want some water? You dip your head in the horse trough." "In here, we serve whiskey." And what I love is that he fills the shot glass all the way to the top. Part of it drips over, and it's supposed to dictate how hot it is in Hill Valley that day, because you have steam or dry ice in this case rising from.
Really? I didn't interpret that as how hot it was. I interpreted that as that was the alcohol content.
Well, like, it could be that too.
That's how I always interpret like there's like this is so alcoholic, like a drop is like burning into the ground and into the wood kind of thing. That's how I interpret it. But again, you can interpret it however you want. Everyone's got their preferences. So,
but anyways, fills it up. Marty taps the shot glass. Some of it spills out. He's looking at it, and then all of a sudden, we hear, just like we heard in the first one, "Hey, McFly!"
but because he was wearing the same kind of hat that wasn't Jameson McFly, I think his name was.
Seamus,
yeah. Seamus, yeah. All because he's wearing the exact same kind of hat.
And this is where we meet Buford Mad Dog Tannen and his cronies. "You're not Seamus McFly. You sure look like him, though, especially with that dog ugly hat." Then, of course,
nowadays that hat would be considered stylish. So, I mean,
yeah.
Talk about irony. Oh, Lord have mercy.
And what's funny is Buford asks Marty his name, and Marty goes, "Eastwood, Clint Eastwood." Like it's supposed to carry any weight back then.
I was literally about to say those exact same words. He's saying them like they carry some element of weight to them, but they don't.
No. Even Buford says, "What kind of stupid name is that?" And of course,
the one guy, "Hey man, we're looking at pearly lights."
Yeah, right here. I had seen no pearly lights like that unless they were store bought. And of course, the other guy says, "Look at the moccasins. Nikkei, what is that? Some sort of Indian talk?" Again, quoting lines from the movie, folks. But this is where Buford says, "I'm looking for that no good cheating blacksmith. Have you seen him?" "No, sir, Mr. Tannen, I have not." Of course, Marty makes the mistake of saying, "You're Mad Dog Tannen." "I hate that name. Nobody calls me Mad Dog, especially some duded up gutter trash." And then he tells Marty to dance. Well, Marty dances, all right.
I love that line. I was like, Dad! He just starts like shooting. He starts shooting the ground right in front of him.
Yep, shooting at the floorboards, and so Marty starts dancing, starts singing Billie Jean and doing the moonwalk. Why? Because Michael Jackson was big in the 80s. And I love what one of the old cowboys says as Marty's doing the moonwalk. He looks at the other two guys and goes, "Shit."
They're looking at each other like, "Damn, that boy got some moves."
Yep. And then, of course, you see this loose floorboard here. There's a spittoon. And what ends up happening? That ends up happening. All that chewing tobacco, all that spit goes on to Buford. And, of course, Buford's out of bullets. Marty stepping back. "You better run, squirrel." And by the way, this is Harry Carey Jr. No, not that Harry Carey, not the Chicago Cubs broadcaster Harry Carey, but a famous actor who was in a lot of westerns. The next movie I would actually see him in is Tombstone as Fred White. So Marty.
Oh yeah. I didn't realize he played Fred White.
Yes.
Dear Lord, you would have thought I caught on to that for some reason.
I'm sorry, I really paid attention to stuff like that back in the day.
Well, I mean, you got to remember too is that I didn't see Tombstone until I was mid-late teens.
Mm-hmm.
So, and not every actor, just immediately connects with you in terms of like, oh, I remember them from this movie or that. You don't think about that sometimes.
No.
So.
But here we see Marty is now running for his life. Well, it's all not for a little while, as Buford gets his lasso around Marty, and then they start dragging him through the streets of Hill Valley. And trying to get to it. They get to the courthouse. Buford saying, "We got a new courthouse. I think it's about time we got a hanging." So they go to hang Marty. And here comes Doc. I'll play the video a little bit as Doc is unloading. There we go. And Doc fires his gun. I love that gun. I love the scope.
So all it is just a simple Winchester lever action. But because he's Doc, he turns it into a sniper.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, this is the 1800s, the latter part of the 1800s. So it's got all this like kind of rivets and brass and like tubes and just big glass, almost like mirrors and everything. Very steampunk. So that's why I'm like, that was the first time we ever saw a steampunk sniper was in Back to the Future. And of course, everyone I ever say that to, they're like, no. I'm like, watch this clip. So I showed them the clip, and they're like, holy crap, you're right. That is a steampunk sniper. I'm like, you doubter, oh ye of little faith.
Yeah, and I love how Doc tells Buford that the rifle can shoot a flea off a dog's back at 800 yards, and it's pointed straight at your head. "You owe me money, blacksmith." "How do you figure?" "My horse threw a shoe, and it caused me to bust a perfectly good bottle of Kentucky Red Eye. So as far as I'm concerned, you owe me $5 for the whiskey and $75 for the horse." Why does he owe Buford $75 for a horse? It's because Buford shot and killed his horse after throwing the shoe.
Yeah, after throwing the shoe, which is not Doc's fault.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I get. Well, actually,
Again, and Doc even mentions, well, since you didn't pay me for the job, I say that makes us even.
yeah, yeah. I mean, again, that whole line, the whole crossing of lines and everything is a bit odd because he says he blames Doc for the reason why the thing why the horse threw his shoe, and then Doc says, "Well, you never paid me for the job." So it's just really, it's just kind of like it's one of those things where it's like, this is kind of a petty thing, but because you're just basically a spoiled child,
Mm-hmm.
like you're acting this way.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's par for the course for the Tannen family.
This is true too. That's very true too.
But this is also where Buford tells Doc that he better be careful because one day he's going to end up with a bullet in his back. So,
I mean, if a guy is known for being a
hothead,
a hothead who's
loose cannon,
loose cannon who loves his guns and is known to kill a man just because he can, you might want to just take him a little bit seriously. Although, but again, this was again, it's he's of the Tannen bloodline, so bullying is kind of in the blood, basically.
mm-hmm.
That's what this whole trilogy basically says, is that it's in Tannen's blood to be a bully. He doesn't know anything else. All he knows is bully.
And I love this. I love this look by Doc after Buford and his gang right away on their horses, and he's about to say something, not realizing it's Marty. Not to say he's too happy about the fact when he hears Marty's voice, because he actually walks up to Marty and says, "Marty, I gave you explicit instructions not to come here, but go to 1985. I know, Doc, but I had to come. And it's good to see you, Marty." And then the other funny part before we get to the next scene, because this is where, Marty actually says it to Doc after Doc inquires about the clothes. Doc says, "What idiot dressed you up in this outfit?" And then Marty looks at him and says, "You did." And I know someone's going to say, "But you forgot another part that Doc says." I know. Doc mentions the fact that someone might shoot him or hang him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Doc finds out why Marty came back to 1885. Shot in the back by Buford Tannen over about $80. September 7th. That's this Monday. Now I wish I paid him off. And of course, Marty inquires about Clara, and Doc says, "I don't know anyone named Clara. And besides, as a scientist, I can't take the risk of getting into a relationship, especially after what we've already been through." And of course, Doc, the ever-present scientist, he's got a contraption going here. And it actually spits out ice. I think I might have gone past it a little bit. Yeah. But
I don't think you have yet.
Here, let me get up to the part where it spits out the ice.
Which, okay, so I gotta say, all right, so Mike and everyone else watching this right now, who here has seen A Million Ways to Die in the West?
I have.
Okay, you probably know which scene I'm thinking about right now, right?
I do. I do.
Okay. And for those of you who are watching this right now or are going to listen to watch it later, there is a scene in A Million Ways to Die in the West. I absolutely love that movie because, you know, it falls in line with like Team America and the Mel Brooks. It's just like so satire, over the top comedy. There is a scene where I'm going blank on the actor's name, and God, what's his face? I can't remember his name.
I can look it up real quick.
You know the actor I'm talking about. He plays the captain of the Orville.
Oh, Seth MacFarlane.
MacFarlane, thank you. Dear God, I had a brain fart. Yeah, so Seth MacFarlane, he's walking back to go to a sheep farm, and all of a sudden there's like this explosion sound coming out of a barn. Well, the barn looks a little bit familiar in a way. So he goes and opens it, and it's Christopher Lloyd with the DeLorean, and the DeLorean has like part of the sheet pulled up over the back, so you see one of the thrust nozzles, and then he's like, oh, and then you just see Seth MacFarlane's character like, so what you got? Oh, it's a science experiment. Oh, okay, you know, for like weather stuff. Yeah, weather stuff. Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, all right, just be a little more careful, okay? Yeah, okay. Shuts the barn door, and you just see Doc like it was because Seth MacFarlane is, if you all don't know, he is such a massive nerd. It is ridiculous. Like Back to the Future is like a movie it's a series he loves, the trilogy. So if he did a Western, he had to throw in a Back to the Future reference in his movie. He had to. So
Yeah, well, that's what I would do if I was writing. I would throw in a Back to the Future reference. And Nerd's saying that he's back. He's splitting time between myself and Whoopa Troopa. That's right. It's Whoopa Wednesday.
it's we're shared custody.
Oh, Nerd's gonna kill me for saying this, but he's gotta spend time with his two kids. Oh. Yeah, that's how it is, man.
Lord, I'm feien helvete. Okay, all right. Let's keep going before I just start bursting out in more laughter.
Well,
Keep going.
I will, but Nerd says this was his first trilogy, by the way, and it goes back to what I said earlier. You know, how it was this trilogy that I got invested in. The first one I ever got invested in. It wasn't Star Wars, it wasn't Indiana Jones, it was the Back to the Future trilogy. So we have that in common too, Nerd. Not only do we like Star Trek and we dislike New Trek, but Back to the Future is our first trilogy. So anyway.
Yeah.
So
Star Wars was for me because I hadn't seen 2. So I couldn't say I saw the trilogy. So Star Wars is technically my first. But anyways.
Well, I mean, I watched Star Wars. I'd seen, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. But I didn't get invested into it as a kid like I did Back to the Future. Because at that time, I was transitioning more into science fiction thanks to the original series and, of course, Back to the Future. So science fiction, time travel, all that appealed to me as a kid.
Mm-hmm. Oh, same to me. I mean, I grew up watching Back to the Future 1 and 3, The Last Starfighter, Star Trek 4 and 6, the original Star Wars trilogy, just to name a few of the sci-fi movies I watched. And then I watched, surprisingly, a lot of martial arts. I watched a lot of old Jackie Chan, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, some cheaper, The Three Ninjas, Yeah, if you want to see it, if you want to, that is probably the second trilogy I ever fully saw all the way through. Was Three Ninjas. For those of you who don't know what Three Ninjas is, it is basically three kids that are taught by their grandfather who was like a ninja. They're taught about how to become ninjas, and they have like an adventure in each movie where they have to go rescue somebody or stop this bad guy. And it's three kids, and it is so ridiculously stupid because it's three kids kicking the ever living crap out of grown ass men. But for a little kid who loved martial arts, I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
So the Star Wars and Three Ninjas is technically the two trilogies I saw first, and then Back to the Future would be the third one. Because once I saw number 2, I could actually say I saw all three of them. So,
of course, we're introduced to the mayor, Hubert. He tells Doc when Claire's supposed to be coming into town. So, we had that scene. And Marty says, well, now we know who Claire is. And Doc here goes, Marty, to think that I could be involved with someone in 1885, love at first sight is romantic nonsense. There's no scientific rationale to it. And, Marty's trying to be the good friend saying, are you kidding? It's like Jennifer and I. When we first saw each other, it's like lightning. That's how I got him.
Please don't say that.
Exactly.
So many. There's so many quotable things in this. If you're a true, like, I guess you'd call it cinephile, like what I am. I'm constantly using movie lines or TV show lines all the time. Like, I was talking to my mother this morning, and she likes to call me when she does her walk. So we talked for about like half hour, 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this got cut short because she literally, as she's walking, all of a sudden it just starts downpouring, and I can hear it. It's that loud. I can actually hear it over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, the moment she finally gets in the house, she gets an alert on her phone from whichever weather app. Oh, by the way, heavy rain starting in the next 10 minutes after it's already started. And she's like, yeah, you're pretty much worthless. I'm like, so I told her about a scene from 13 Hours. That's got a similar, like, but a moment to it in a way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, oh God, I'm a cinephile. It's official. I use TV shows and movies in my life too much. I'm Michael Bolton in that Lonely Island song.
I do it too, and sometimes it's to my detriment.
You know what? I embrace it proudly. I'm not going to change it. Life's too short.
Yep, Doc, the ever constant inventor. He's got his own ice machine.
Iced tea?
No thanks. It's a refrigerator. And of course, Doc's saying, well, if we don't go pick her up, there's no chance of me actually falling in love. So Doc's thinking, all right, Marty's here. The DeLorean's here. We can go back to the future. Excuse me. We can go back to the future. Nope, that's not the case. Marty tells Doc about the hole in the fuel line and how the DeLorean's out of gas, and says, it's no problem. We got Mr. Fusion right. And Doc says, no. Mr. Fusion powers the time circuits and the flux capacitor, but the engine runs on ordinary gasoline. It always has. There won't be another gas station around here until sometime in the next century. And then Marty says, so what do we do? And they decide, well, let's hook up some horses to the DeLorean and see how fast she can go. And the fastest they're able to go is 24 miles an hour. Not fast enough. So, next thing we see, Marty has come back from the saloon and says, the bartender says this is the strongest thing that he's got. Doc's pouring it into the gas tank. Marty's turning the key, trying to get the engine to turn over. Doc says, give it more gas. And what ends up happening? Well, the fuel injection manifold ends up blowing out. And Doc says, it'll take me a month to rebuild it. A month? Doc, a month? You're getting shot on Monday. I know. Okay, we know it won't run under its own
I'm gonna
power.
point out a major plot hole here, by the way.
Okay, go ahead.
And this I am actually gonna rip on it for. Doc literally just created a literal ice machine.
Mm-hmm.
How hard would it have been? Because remember, this is in the equivalency of California. Why couldn't he have gotten enough oil and built a small refinery, basically? Like, again, we're not told. All you need is enough fuel just to get up to 88. So you're talking not even a gallon of gas worth of fuel. So, and if you built a literal ice machine out of 1885 technology, why couldn't you build an oil refinery? Which by this time, I believe they were already in the process of already being built, although not how we know them as today. But there was the combustion engine by 1885 was already an actual thing. So I just find it ironic how Doc couldn't have sourced some oil just enough to refine it to the point where he could get enough fuel just so they, I'm just saying, I just find that so ironic.
I see we're getting out there, and someone might even say, Patriot's got a good point. He does have a good point, but unfortunately, the plot is what's driving this whole movie, and that's not even touched upon. Because Doc, at one point, thinks about, the possibility of rolling the DeLorean down a steep hill, but they'll never find a smooth enough surface. They can wait for the lake to freeze. Oh boy, I wouldn't want to see the DeLorean get on that ice and then go through that ice because there's thin ice somewhere.
Plus, you're in the desert.
Yeah.
Where the heck are you going to find a place with enough snow and know, by the way, that it's actually snowing? You're in the desert. The furthest mountains is probably a long journey, and you got to haul the DeLorean, a multi-ton vehicle there. We're not talking about a simple wagon. You're talking about the DeLorean, which is not designed, which has to be loaded onto a wagon of sorts, a custom built thing, and you have to use an enormous team of horses to get it just to the mountains, let alone up the mountains.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not trying to poke holes in this thing. I'm just saying, it's like, again, Doc, think like a scientist.
Well, see, I'm glad you brought that up, because Doc does tell himself, and he speaks out loud, says, no, I have to think about this logically. We know we can't pull it up to 88 miles per hour. We know it won't run under its own power, but if there was a way we could push it up to 88 miles an hour, and I'll get to that. Let's see. Yeah, this is where he's come to the solution. Why? I'll get to it. That's why. Steam train locomotive. So, Marty and Doc, there we go. They're talking to the engineer, and they're asking how fast can the train go. And the engineer is saying, well, I know someone who's had it up to 55 and, various other speeds. And Marty says, well, is it possible to get it up to 90? And the engineer says, 90? What in tarnation would you want to go that fast for? And Doc says, it's just a little bet he and I have. Theoretically, can it be done? And then the engineer says, yeah, I suppose if you had a level track and you weren't hauling any cars behind you, yeah, it could be done. Which leads us to our next scene, where they go up to the map of the current area, and they mentioned Clayton Ravine, but back in 1885, it's Shonash Ravine, and that was the Indian name for it.
This, by the way, was the movie that got me into the love of trains, specifically steam trains. I'm serious. Like, to this day, I love trains so much because of this movie.
No,
Back to the Future 3.
I know where you're coming from, because I grew up loving trains. The area where I grew up, there was a freight train that would come by in the morning and come by in the afternoon, and I would always try to catch it whenever I didn't have school that day, coming in the morning. And when I did have school, I would try to catch it when it was going back the opposite way. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I've always had a love for trains myself, and there's this one rest stop going up to Bishop, California, where there was a steam train there as well. I don't know if it's still there, because I haven't been up in that area in quite a long time, but you know, I would love to stop at that rest stop, because there was a picnic table. We would eat lunch, and then I would poke around the train.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to volunteer at the church office, and the church office was located in the town we lived in this building. And honestly, it's a building you drive by and you wouldn't think anything of it, but that's where the church office was. So she volunteered there for a few weeks. Well, whenever she would go, me and my brothers would go. Well, it happened to be right next to the train tracks. So whenever you'd hear the train siren, because there was a crossroad, there was the what do you call it? It crossed the road. I'm going blank on the term, but whenever I do, so whenever I had to go outside and I had to go see the train. And to this day, I still get giddy whenever I hear a train horn, because that's like, I want to see the train. And even though I know today's trains are diesel powered, actually they're technically hybrids, but that's a whole nother thing. I still love seeing old school steam trains. There's just something about them. Like, I will go on YouTube and watch hours of video of just steam trains in various places of the world where they're still actively in use.
I want you to look up one particular train called the Big Boy. And there's a video.
I might have seen it. I just don't remember, but I might have seen it.
There's a video on YouTube where they actually fully restore a Big Boy, and it's back in full working order. And it goes across the country on tours too. But just hearing that engine and then hearing that whistle, it's like, yeah, that's the stuff right there. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not going to apologize for that.
I actually follow a train TikTok, and it's a lot of it's more modern days, but they will occasionally show like steam trains, and you'll see steam trains, and I don't know why, but they're typically out in like Nevada, Arizona, California. They're out there, like anything east of like Arizona. I don't see them in any of the videos. Typically, they're just not, unless like a novelty thing where, you know, like Stone Mountain, Georgia. You know, they have a little train track that goes around the mountain. Yeah, it's an old school steam train, but in terms of actually running on a public line, hauling like anything, it's only like Arizona and west. I don't know if it's because the land's really flat or because if it's the drier climate. I don't know why, but they still operate out there. And I would love to ride on one day. Would love to.
Same here. I did have the honor to actually ride a train one time when an engineer invited me to come on, and my dad was there too. And now just seeing all the inner workings of a modern train, I would love to actually get on board a steam train where I can actually get into the engineer's compartment because I couldn't at that rest stop. I could only look at it from afar, but actually get into that compartment and just, look at all the, mechanisms and inner workings of how that steam train is just able to go. I've always, looked up stuff like that and been fascinated about, the engineering skill it takes to just to construct one steam train, let alone, 3 or 4 just like it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, they're impressive to see. But anyways, I could talk about trains for hours. I sound like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. But,
I could talk about trains. I could talk about planes. Will I be talking about them on the channel? I'm never gonna say never. I may one day have a video up here where I'm at a train museum or an Air Force museum somewhere and post it on the channel. We'll see. But getting back to the map, Doc's explaining that this piece of track is level enough for them to take the train and push the DeLorean up to 88 miles per hour. Of course, Marty points out, but Doc, according to this map, there is no bridge because in 1985, there's a bridge.
Yep. And you find out that it was actually under construction.
Yep, right
they
here.
Had just started the construction process.
Yep, and it's not going to be completed for another year. And of course, Marty says, well, Doc, we can scratch that idea. We can't wait another year for this thing to be built. And then Doc again says, no, Marty, it's perfect. You're just not thinking fourth dimensionally. Yeah, I have a real problem with that. You see, the bridge will be completed and still in use in 1985. So when we get back to 1985, we'll flow across the completed bridge. I know that's not exactly what Doc says, but close enough. And as
close enough,
yeah, as they're walking back to their horses, they hear a scream. Ah, help me! And Marty and Doc are on their horses. They're chasing down the wagon and the 2 horses. You see a lady. Doc's getting alongside the wagon. Manages to save the lady, the woman. Thank you, sir. You saved my...
Well, hello there, little lady.
Yep. My life. And then, of course, we're introduced to Clara. And Doc says, Emma Brown at your service. Clayton. Clara Clayton. Clara. That's a lovely name. And then, of course, we...
Loves the
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
You keep going. I'm just going to kind of set the mood right now that Doc's feeling. Whether he don't know it or not, this man is feeling certain emotions right now. So I'm just going to keep setting the mood, you know. So
even from this angle, you can tell that Doc is smitten.
Oh, he's like
Great Scott.
Do I love science? Do I love you? I'm very conflicted right now. I'm not entirely sure what to think or feel.
So they get Clara, the new school teacher, up to her house with the few belongings that didn't go over the ravine. And Doc and Clara are glad to have met. Marty says good luck with the school teaching and everything. And they have a little bit of a Cupid moment conversation. I mean look at Christopher Lloyd did it perfectly right here. Doc's supposed to be in love, supposed to be head over heels. Well, he's got that look accomplished right here.
Mm-hmm.
So Marty and Doc part ways with Clara, Toodaloo, and then this is where we find out about Clayton Ravine, and that all the kids at Marty's high school have a teacher that they wish would go over Clayton Ravine. And then Doc goes, Clayton Ravine. And of course, Marty mentions that it was 100 years ago, and Doc says, that was this year. And then that's where Doc goes, then she was supposed to go over that cliff. I may have seriously altered history. I really wish I never invented that infernal machine. It's caused nothing but disaster.
Of course, part of me literally just wants to scream, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You've altered history. I mean, technically, Marty's parents should be kind of like deadbeats, and whatnot. Like, I mean, again, it's one of those things where you don't say anything, you just accept it. But I mean, it's like, at what point are you okay with history? It's like you're okay with history being altered up to a certain point, but at what point do you say, no, I'm not okay with history being altered at all? Like, again, it's like you're okay with for Marty's benefit, but to save a woman, you alter history so she doesn't die.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, again, it's one of those things that Doc, it's like, dude, you got to be all or nothing. You either got to be 100% against anything in history changing, or, you can't cherry pick your way here. You can't cherry pick your way.
No, because Doc was even willing to go back to 1985 after seeing events in 2015 and go back to 2015 and change those future events.
Mm-hmm. So he's totally okay with it if it means if it means that him or Marty, Marty's future is okay, but if it's anyone else's, no. It's like, but what are you changing to change Marty's and yours future? It's like you can't. History is going to be altered no matter what you do.
You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, you can't. You can't be like, well, we're never going to alter history, but then you can't go meddling around in your own personal history, because then you affect the history of everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, it's one of those things that anybody that that is a nerd, they will, they will debate all day long about, especially Back to the Future with like time paradoxes and and all this stuff. So, it's fun. I always enjoy talking like theoretical stuff with time travel.
Well, that's what, I'm really glad that we decided to actually do this, talk about the trilogy, because it gives people something different to listen to, look at, interact with, than us talking about what Hollywood's coming up with next, where we can actually go back and tell people, this is when Hollywood was great, and these movies are still great. Go back and watch them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you make a valid point. Discussing, okay, like all the stuff with Back to the Future, or Terminator with time travel, or this or that. You can't talk about that stuff with modern movies, because the stories don't allow for you to theorize. They have to be set in stone, no theorizing or anything. But the movies of the past, they left it open to interpretation to a degree, to theorize about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I love. That's something I absolutely love.
See, they allow you to engage your brain. That's what I love. But here in this scene, we got to call back to the first movie, and even the dialogue is very similar from Doc, where he's apologizing for the cruelty of the model and it's not to scale, and Marty pretty much knows what he's about to say and says, "Yeah, Doc, I know." So Doc's going over the plan of what they're gonna do. They're gonna borrow the locomotive, and they're gonna do that at the switch track. They're gonna push the DeLorean up to 88 miles per hour, and of course, Doc, being the scientist, even has his own electricity. And we see the model railroad going around, goes at the switch track, hooks up to the DeLorean, goes to 88, and then lands on a pillow. But Marty and Doc hear a voice. Hello? Hello? It's Clara. Quick, cover the DeLorean. So Clara walks in. And why is she walking in? Because her telescope has a lens that's out of alignment. So Doc, takes a look at it, and she says, you turn it one way, the image becomes fuzzy, but you turn it the other way, and everything becomes clear. and I love how Michael J. Fox stepped in right here, and just the way he did it. I know he was directed to do it, but I just love the look he's giving right here. And he even goes, of course, Doc promises to have it repaired and given to her that night. And of course, that night, unfortunately, is the night of the Hill Valley Festival. Of course, Marty's trying to keep Doc focused on getting the DeLorean ready so they can go back to the future. And, Clara says, you're not going to miss Town Festival, are you? And of course, Doc goes, no, not at all. We'll be there. So,
and Marty's like, oh, dear God, man. Seriously, I know what it's like with a woman. Dude, don't, man.
It's a trap. Doc, it's a trap. It's okay, Marty.
Doc, come on, man. Come on. Don't time block us here. Don't time block us here, Doc. Come on. Snap out of it, Doc.
And here we see Hubert the mayor. Sorry, folks. The mayor. And it's the clock dedication, and he dedicates it to the county. Hill County, that is. So the clock is now working. Fireworks are set off. And Marty even says, I wish I brought my camera. And then, of course, they get the idea. And now, instead of it being Doc in the picture, it's going to be Doc and Marty. And Marty is told by Doc, it's too bad we can't show it to anybody. And then Marty says, smile, Doc. Yes, I am giving you play-by-play of the whole movie, too.
Well, I mean, number 3. Number 3 goes by very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's. I mean, honestly, like, it is. Out of all of them, it's the one you gotta actively be keeping an eye on the most.
Yeah.
Because a lot's happening, and it happens in a very short period of time. I mean, they're all like that. Like, 1 is the slowest paced. 2 and 3 are much faster paced in terms of the events unfolding, like blink and you'll miss it kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And, again, going back to 1, they were setting up the story, and they didn't know that they were going to have sequels. So in the sequels, of course, they could speed up the story a little bit because we're already familiar with most of the characters that are in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
So Doc and Marty had their picture taken. Here, this is a good shot of it right here. There we go. Doc and Marty. And I love the look that Christopher Lloyd's giving. I know I can gush over these movies all day, to be perfectly honest.
but honestly, that's the beautiful thing about movies like this is we can gush over them. Sure, can we rip them? Can we do this? Can we say that? Yes, are you rebel scum or down with the empire? I mean, it's we could have these debates, but guess
Mm-hmm.
what? That was the thing. It wasn't okay. Is this movie woke? It wasn't. It was okay. Are you rebel scum or are you imperial? Are you imperial filth?
Mm-hmm.
Are you this? Are you that? Do you like Back to the Future? Do you not like Back to the Future? You don't like it? Why don't you like it? Well, I'm just not into time travel. Oh, okay, all right, no worries, no big deal. It's like it's not like today where it's like, oh my god, you didn't like Ghostbusters 2016? Die a slow, painful death in the fires of hell, and I'll piss on your grave. And all it's like you didn't have this.
No.
You did. You could have friendly disagreements about franchises, and guess what? You might shake your head. The most you throw would be a punch, but guess what? You go have a beer afterwards, laugh it off, and have an epic story for later down the road.
Mm-hmm.
If it came to fisticuffs, at least you had an epic story because you had a beer afterwards with the dude.
Yep.
And I say dude because let's just be real. I've seen chicks fight. Chicks aren't the ones to go like want to go grab a martini afterwards and be like everything. Oh, we're all good. Like no, dudes they'll slug each other out, go have a beer, and be okay afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from personal experience, by the way. So
well, I've had the experience too, believe it or not. So, anyways, we actually get an appearance by ZZ Top in this movie. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Get him on here real quick. There we go. But yeah, ZZ Top. And why? Well, they wrote a song for this movie called Double Back. But in 1885, it's da 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 da. But
I didn't know it was ZZ Top until my teens, by the way. Just
well,
FYI.
I knew that they wrote the song Double Back for the movie, but I didn't realize that they were actually in the movie until I got older.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it wasn't until my teens. I want to say mid-teens that I finally learned that was ZZ Top in Back to the Future 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't know who they were for a while. It wasn't until what was it? Local radio station was doing Friday night 80s. They stopped doing it a while back, but in high school they were still doing like Friday night 80s. And for like 2 or 3 hours, they did 80s music, and one of them they did a ZZ Top song. Well, the guy's like, "Yeah, this is the song that was featured by the band that I don't know if anybody knew this, but they were in Back to the Future Part 3, ZZ Top." And I'm like, "Whoa, what?" And my dad's like, "Yeah, you didn't know that?" I'm like, "No, you never told me that. I didn't know you knew who ZZ Top was." Well, maybe you could have told me that it was hey, that's the famous band ZZ Top. You could have said something.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So, Marty and Doc are walking around. We have a salesman selling the Colt Peacemaker. And
You know who that guy is, by the way?
No.
The guy who's telling Marty about the Colt Peacemaker. So, I don't. You might have said this or not. I don't. Did you ever see Blazing Saddles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The guy who's always wearing like the red shirt, who's always like you almost kind of wonder, is he like a little flamboyant or something? But he's always making like all like the racial jokes, and he's like the number 2 guy, like thin guy. That's him.
All right.
If I showed you a picture, you would know exactly who I'm talking about.
I never knew that. Of course.
Yeah, I didn't know it either until IMDb randomly.
Well, that's my face right now. Marty's face right there. Really? But of course, he's actually looking that way because he doesn't realize that the Doc can dance. Sonny boy.
Sonny boy.
Surely you're not afraid to do something that even a baby can do. Of course, what that is he wants Marty to test off the gun, and he's telling Marty how to grip the gun, and look how Marty's gripping the gun.
Yeah, because he's gripping it offhanded.
Yep. And he fires it off, and of course the salesman starts laughing. And then Marty says, "Can I try that again?" So Marty looks at each and every target. Let me try to get it. May not be able to get it exactly. But anyways, Marty shoots down the targets. And before Marty leaves, the salesman says, "Son, tell me one thing. Where'd you learn to shoot like that?" 7-Eleven. But it's also a callback to part 2 when he's in 2015 and there's that Wild Gunman's arcade cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, that's Elijah Wood in that scene.
Yep. I didn't realize that until years later.
I didn't even know it either. And the only reason why I found out is because it was this thing on Facebook, and it was like 15 actors you never knew were in movies. And I'm like, what? That's the most random. Okay, so I do it, and it was like all these movies. And oh no, that wasn't IMDb. It was that. It was the guy from Blazing Saddles who's like the cult peacemaker like salesman. That's where I learned about him and Elijah Wood. Like 15 actors and actresses who you didn't know were like what was it? Scarlett Johansson is in Home Alone 3. But she's young. We're talking like junior high, I want to say. Like junior high age. Scarlett Johansson. I didn't know that. This article revealed it to me.
But here we see Buford and his gang showing up at the shindig. You sure that Blacksmith's going to be here at this shindig? Everybody's going to be here. And we got a Whoopa sighting. Hey, brother. Happy Whoopa Wednesday. But Buford and his boys come up. They have to give their firearms because the sign clearly states, "Please check in all firearms." And of course, Buford's being a tannin, not going to do it, especially not going to listen to a deputy until someone pulls out the shotgun. And who is it? Well, it's Marshall Strickland, Principal Strickland's relative, great-great-grandfather, or probably great-great-great-grandfather. And because Buford even says to the deputy, "Who's going to make me, tenderfoot, you?" And that's when Strickland shows up with the shotgun. "I am Marshall Strickland. I didn't realize you were back in town." And of course, Marshall Strickland lays down the law and then tells his son afterwards, after Buford says, "Yeah, we were going to give up our guns, weren't we, boys?" So Buford gives up his guns, a knife, and then Marshall Strickland says, "And that's how you handle them, son. Discipline at all times. Remember that word, discipline." "I will, Paul." So,
you know, and the funny thing is, I never caught on to that just literally until right now.
That was James Tolkien as Marshall.
Well, that, and also that the principal, that was like his like he's the descendant of like that Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
I literally never caught on to me until literally you made that connection in my head right now. 33 years on this earth and I never made that connection. Wow. Okay.
See? Who says that the Pacific414 channel is, not educational? Sure it is. But here we have a scene between the McFlys Seamus, Maggie, William, Marty, and they're talking. They're having a conversation, saying that it's good to see Clint Eastwood, and of course, Doc and Claire are still dancing. Meanwhile, Buford and his thugs are walking through, and Buford pulls out his minigun from his hat. Of course, one of his thugs says, "Careful, Buford, you only got one bullet with that." "I only need one."
Yeah, little belly buster Derringer.
Yep, and he says as long as he buries it deep enough in Doc's back, no one's going to hear the sound of the gun go off. And of course, Doc and Claire are still dancing, but they spin around, and Doc all of a sudden finds that he has a gun at his back. And, "Tannen, you're early. Told you to watch your back, Smithy." And of course, Claire is not too happy about it because, well, tannins be tannins. And then, of course, Buford says, "Smithy, maybe I'll just take my $80 out of her." Of course, Claire even mentions, she doesn't dance well when her partner has a gun in his hand. And then of course, see if I can get to it real quick. As Clara and Buford are dancing, Clara decides, "You know what? I've had enough." And she kicks Buford. So she kicks Buford. She's free from Tannen after Tannen pushes her down, unfortunately. And Doc yells out, "Damn you, Tannen." Of course, everybody's looking. And this pie plate said Frisbee. And there's a scene where Marty goes, "Frisbee, far out." And that comes into play. Because as Buford's about to shoot Doc with the minigun, Marty grabs the pie plate and throws it like a Frisbee. And it deflects the shot. Buford looks over. "You. Hey, lighten up, jerk." "Mighty strong words, Run. Just leave my friends alone." Sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I've been pretty much saying most of the lines from the movie. Okay, all the lines. And then, of course,
you're good, brother. You're good.
Marty starts walking away after he says, "Leave my friends alone." And this is where Buford says, "What's the matter? You yella?" Because that's another throwback to Marty being called chicken. And then, of course, they set up their duel. And that duel is going to be at 8 o'clock. First, Buford wants to do it earlier than that. But Marty says, "I do my shooting after breakfast." And of course, this is where Buford's guys are telling him, "What about tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll rob in the Pond City stage." "Okay, Monday. Are you doing anything Monday?" "No, Monday's good."
Well, you can kill him on Monday. When? High noon? Dude, I do my killing before breakfast. 7 o'clock.
8 o'clock. I do my killing after breakfast.
And then I love the look on Doc's face where he's like, Marty. It's kind of like when like you're at like a family gathering and you say something and your parents are like, shut up, no.
Quiet. Zip it.
Pretty much. Yeah.
But anyways, they set up their duel for Monday morning at 8 o'clock, and then of course, Marshall Strickland helps break it up. I gotta say, they did a real good job at making James Tolkien look a little different from Strickland, even from the way you normally see him in movies. They really did a good
That's what
job
I'm
with the
saying.
makeup.
That's why it never connected with me. Because when I see him, I don't see him how I see him in. Because all the others, he's the bald guy with the stern attitude, the
Mm-hmm.
stern the stern authoritative attitude. In 3, to be honest, with the way they do the facial hair and everything, that's why it never connected in my head ever. Even if I would have connected Strickland, I never would have connected seeing him to seeing how he is, how you see him in 85 and in 55, in 1985
Mm-hmm.
and 55, in 2 and 3. I never would have connected it because they did such a good job with all the makeup and the prosthetics, with all the hair and everything.
Yeah, and
Kudos to them. Kudos to them.
it just shows that they cared about what they were doing, and they didn't want you, excuse me, you, the audience member, to. Sorry, I just got something down my throat. But anyways, they didn't want you, the audience member, to be able to recognize these actors when they were playing a different role. I mean, even Michael J. Fox's older Marty, they did a good job on that makeup. Same with Leia Thompson's makeup as, older Lorraine Baines McFly, because they took a lot of care in it.
Yeah, they really did, I mean, and that's the thing I think I really appreciate about Back to the Future is they had a very limited budget. And in each of those movies, a very big portion of that budget went to special effects.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the 80s, if you were a sci-fi, you had a I'd say a good probably half your budget at least went to strictly special effects.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like today where if you have a $5 million budget, you maybe need 25% of it to go towards special effects, because special effects are so easy to do now. An amateur can do special effects through editing at home. So special effects being much more cheaper to do in movies, it's driven the costs down.
Mm-hmm.
But for Back to the Future, some of these effects, I don't even know if I don't think you could ever properly replicate some of these effects today, because they're so unique in the way they were done, and visually they still hold up today. That just tells you how good they are, which means they didn't come cheap.
Mm-mm. ILM did a tremendous job for the effects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kudos to them for pulling off something incredible.
And of course, what I also like about, the scene where they're at the, festival, is that you have characters like Doc going up to Marty saying, "Marty, why'd you do that?" You have Seamus going up to Marty, and that's when we find out that, there was another Martin McFly before our hero Marty, Seamus's brother. You have a brother named Martin McFly? Had a brother. And of course, he was killed in Virginia City because, like Marty, anytime somebody called him a name, he would pick a fight. And this is where Seamus is telling Marty, Michael J. Fox is telling Michael J. Fox, you had him. All you had to do was walk away. It's nothing but hot air from a buffoon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me put it to y'all this way. The best way of putting this scene. This is basically modern day people are like Marty, constantly offended. All you got to do is just say the thing that will always trigger them, and they'll get butthurt at a moment's notice and want to fight you or do the most stupidest things. And then in this moment, this is where Marty learns what people knew for many, 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 many years was, do you know what? Words only have power if you give them power.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody says something to you, the only way it has meaning is if you give it that meaning. Other than that, it is words. So you are giving somebody the power over you that they never had to begin with, because you have given life to their words. That's what he's basically saying in this moment.
Yep. It's a teachable moment.
It's so teachable, especially with today. Jeez Louise. But that's something, honestly, I love about movies. In those times, you got to actually learn something,
Mm-hmm.
even if that was never the intended consequence, you still got to learn something,
Yep.
It's beautiful.
And even here, this is where Maggie says to Marty, I hope you're considering the future. Trying to tell him, think about his own future. If he allows people to trigger him because of a name, then his own future's in jeopardy. Of course, Marty says, I think about the future all the time, especially after what Marty's already been through.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did you escape death, Marty? Especially in just number 2 alone. How many times did you escape death? Let's count.
And then we cut to Doc's romance with Clara. And what are they doing? They're stargazing, but more specifically, they're looking at the moon. And Clara is telling, Doc about different parts of the moon. That one over there, that's called Copernicus. Oh, what's Doc's name? What's Doc's dog's name in the future? Copernicus.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how they connect the dots here and there? Because that's good writing. They don't just do it for the sake of doing it. There's a reason. So
yep.
Doc and Clara are, having their lesson, and I'm trying to get to it. Let me try to get to that scene. I'll pull it up here as soon as I have it. But, oops, there we go. That's the part of the scene I wanted to get to. This is where Clara asks Doc, do you think we'll ever visit the moon like we go across country on trains? And of course, Doc says, of course we will. But we won't be able to do it for another 84 years, and we'll be at rocket ships, pulled from the gravity of Earth. Well, what he's doing is he's quoting Jules Verne, journey from the Earth to the moon. And Clara even brings that up. And Doc says, the first time I read that book, I wanted to meet Captain Nemo, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is what he was referring to, actually. And, he was a little boy at the time. And this is where Clara says, you could have been a little boy at the time. The book was only published 10 years ago. And then Doc tries to cover and say, well, it made me feel like a boy. And
yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is that how many times have we read a book, or watched a TV show, or even watched a movie, and you just it made you feel like a little boy, or it made you feel like a hero, or it made you feel special, taught you something that literally was life changing. Something that people would be like, wait, that taught you a life lesson that this did this, you're serious? Like, how many times have we done stuff like that? Do you want to know where my survivalist esque like thinking does? Where I'm constantly thinking about like survivalist kind of stuff is Robinson Crusoe, the book. I had to read it I had to read it in junior high for English, and seeing how Robinson Crusoe is stranded on an island, and all he has is what's left over from a shipwreck and the natural resources of the island, and how he starts from nothing, and how he goes full survivalist to survive, and he ends up building a raft and going to the other islands nearby, and he finds survivors, and he finds all the. I mean, he builds himself a little town almost.
Yeah.
Out of nothing. That got my whole like, oh my God. That's why I love survivalist games, games where you have to start from nothing, where you got to scavenge to survive and stuff like that, because of Robinson Crusoe. Literally, I trace it all the way back to in junior high when I read that book.
Well, you never know where those inspirations are going to come from, like you were saying. So, one thing I did like about this scene, yes, it's a wide shot of the two of them on their horses and they're kissing, but I always liked the comet going by. I always liked that part of the scene.
I mean, there's always something nice about that, though.
Yeah.
Even in real life, just something nice about it. So I feel you there. I feel you.
So we get to the next day, and look, we're having a little throwback to the first Back to the Future. Camera's panning over at Doc's other inventions. Doc doesn't need to get up and cook his own meal. His contraptions do it for him. Of course, Marty gets out of bed. He tries the gun, gets in front of the mirror, and of course starts quoting Clint Eastwood movies. You looking at me? Are you looking at me, Tannen? Well, I'm the only one here. Go ahead. Make my day. And then...
Can we just be real about how real that scene is? Like, who hasn't done stuff like that before?
Guilty as charged.
I mean, I do it all the time. I'm not going to hide it. I'm not going to lie about it.
No.
I do it probably way more than I ever should.
But here we have Marty walking through town. He's got his gun. Of course, everybody's wishing him luck on Monday. And, the Undertaker comes by, says, "Can I interest you in a new suit?" And no, I'm not talking WWE's Undertaker.
No, it's I love this Undertaker because he's this like tall, lanky guy in a black suit. Okay. But the thing is, he's not like high pitched. He's got this. He's like, hello, Mr. Eastwood. May I interest you in a new suit for tomorrow? Like, he's got this deep, booming voice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy they cast to be the Undertaker, who's only in it for maybe a handful of shots at most, at very most. You couldn't have gotten a more random guy to play the perfect Undertaker for these scenes.
Mm-mm. So Marty says he's not interested. He sees Doc. Yeah, Doc's in love. Doc's in love. Some lavender. And of course, the pin even says Clara. I don't know if you noticed that. Let me try to get to it.
Wait, it says Clara? I never noticed anything on the pin saying Clara.
Yeah.
I noticed that it had like lavender, I think, but...
Yeah, but the pin itself also says Clara.
Oh, yeah, I do see that now. Yes, okay. Yes, you are right. I never actually noticed any writing on it, so...
I thought you were going to do a George McFly moment. You're right. You're right.
Now, why would I do that? I have to actually admit that I'm right, and what fun is there in that?
What do you mean I'm wrong, butthead?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, I'm wrong? The hell'd you get that sweet idea?
But anyways, Doc and Marty are in two different worlds. Marty wants to get back to 1985, and Doc's in love.
Uh-huh.
And then they walk by and they see the tombstone. And then Doc looks at the picture. I'm trying to get it to come up. But anyways, Doc's looking at the picture and he notices that the tombstone is still in the picture, but his name has been erased from existence.
He says because Marty thinks, oh, this is great news, Doc. We're getting ready to go back, and so it's all being erased. And then that's when Doc says, but only my name is erased. The tombstone itself and the date remain, which basically means that whatever happened, tomorrow something pivotal is going to happen. Somebody could still die.
Yep.
And then that's when they start piecing it together. Wait, Marty, this is referring to you. The reason why it doesn't say my name, but the date and tombstone still are in the picture is because it could be, it's
going to be your future tomorrow.
Name.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
And what I love about this scene is, when they come to that conclusion, Marty goes, "Great Scott," and Doc goes, "I know, this is heavy."
Right.
It was a role reversal.
But that's one thing that I got to say Back to the Future has always done so well was that it was that certain role reversals, like 1 minute, like Marty's the one who's been cautious, like, Doc, are you sure about this? Doc, are you sure about that? And then the beginning of 3, it's like Marty found his balls all of a sudden. And then that look on his face when he's telling Doc, he's like, no. The moment you get the flux capacitor all fixed and you get new tires on the DeLorean, I'm going back. I'm taking the DeLorean up to 88 miles an hour, going back in time and getting you home. Like when he says that, there is such a determination in his voice and on his face. It's like, whoa, where is this Marty? Like, who is this Marty? It's like all of a sudden you're seeing a new side of Marty you never saw before. And so I just love the various role reversals where that's something that Doc might do, not Marty,
Yep.
So yeah, this is why Back to the Future is amazing.
But it shows the character growth. Yes, for these characters, the time period isn't that long. I mean, yeah, okay, so at the most 1 week in 55 and then another week in 1885 of a few more days sprinkled in between. But for that short of time to see this much growth in characters, you wouldn't see it nowadays.
Yep. Yeah. You don't. I mean, that's the thing. You never see this level of character development in movies today. You just don't. The only time you do is if it's already an established property. So, and that character development was already written into the character itself. Like in terms of an original idea, you do not see this anymore.
No, you don't. And of course, this scene is where Doc and Marty unload the DeLorean onto the tracks, but Doc tells Marty that he's not returning with him to 1985, that he's going to stay and have a life with Clara. And, Marty tries to talk some sense into his friend, saying that, neither one of us belong here. And heck, I'm in it with you and I don't even understand everything that's going on. So you tell me what's the right thing to do up here. And it said, I'll try to get to that. Let me try to. I can't. I can't pinpoint it, but even in this scene, Doc is telling Marty, you know the future hasn't been written yet, and you can still change it. You know it very well. But, excuse me, folks. Got something in my throat. I'll have to get a drink of water here shortly and get rid of it. But anyways, Marty is able to talk some sense into Doc. And Doc decides, okay, fine. I'll do what you ask me, Marty, but first I have to say my goodbyes to Clara. Which he tells Clara that he's from the future, he came in a time machine that he invented, and that tomorrow he has to go back to the year 1985, and Clara takes it hard and says to Doc, all you had to do was tell me you don't love me anymore, you don't want to see me anymore, and that would have been more respectful instead of coming up with this convoluted story.
Mm-hmm.
So Clara slams the door on Doc, and Doc shows up at the saloon. And Chester, the bartender, asks Doc what he wants, and he says, "Do you want the usual?" Doc says, "No. Sarsaparilla." And he says, "Chester, I'm going to need something stronger than sarsaparilla. Whiskey. Now, Emmett, you know what happened to you on the 4th of July? Whiskey, Chester, and leave the bottle." "Okay, I ain't your papa." And then, of course, this barbed wire salesman says, "It's a woman. I've seen that look on a man's face before. It's a woman. Don't worry, you'll get over her. Not this one. She was 1 in a million, 1 in a trillion, 1 in a Googleplex, and I've lost her." And then, of course, this guy mentions the future, and Doug says, "Oh, I could tell you about the future." And, of course, Marty wakes up, calls for Doc. Doc's not there. Looks at the picture. It's still has the date, but the name's starting to become a little clearer. Whereas Buford wakes up his men the only way Buford knows how, the only way any Tannen knows how, and that's by kicking them in the gut. And they're going, "It's early, boss. I'm hungry. Got me a runt to kill." So we get back to the saloon. Doc's talking to the 3 legendary cowboys, legendary Western actors, and he's telling them about the future, saying in the future we have what's called automobiles. "Well, with one of these Autowods, does anybody walk or run anymore?" "Of course we run. For fun, for recreation." "Run for fun? What kind of fun is that?" And then, of course, in comes Marty. And there's also another reversal. Marty says, "Doc, you got to come back for me." Doc says, "Where?" "Back to the future." Doc thinks about it, says, "You're right." Drinks a shot of whiskey, and Doc passes out. And, of course, Marty asks, "How many has he had?" "Just one." And Marty's all, "Just one? Now there's a man who can't hold his liquor." Of course, Marty asks for a coffee, black.
Joey, coffee!
And then it leads up to this scene when the coffee's just not working. And he says, "Joey, let's make some wake up juice."
God, they put like they put like Tabasco, like they put, when you see everything they put in there, this is the kind of stuff that if you this is the kind of stuff that I think back in the 1800s when they were like, man, we want to send us a man to the moon. Give them the wake up juice. Yeehaw! Because this is the kind of stuff that give you the most explosive bowel movements on earth. Like, dear God, this combination of stuff is just. I mean, honestly, I wish that we could show the clip with the audio, because they pull out all the hot stuff, all the hot juices, hot sauces, all the everything, and then they put like, I think, a little bit of like Worcestershire or something. I mean, this kind. There's like tomato juice, I think, and it's this combination is literally the kind of thing that when you drink it, you just sit down in a squatting position with a helmet on, hoping that you can actually make it to the moon. Like,
I've never heard it put that way, but you're 100% correct.
I'm speaking about me personally. Now, maybe others, they drink that and that's an average day for them. But for me, no, that would be a very, very, very bad day.
Yeah. And of course, while this is all going on, Clara's getting a train ticket, and the end of the line is San Francisco, and she's taking a one-way ticket out of town. Her heart's broken. Man, she thought loved her. Well, she was told a cockamamie story as far as she's concerned. And of course, this is where the barkeep is telling Marty that once Doc opens his mouth, pour it on down his gullet. Oh, and stand back. Yeah, anytime someone tells you to stand back after pouring that concoction down their throat, yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know.
If you play it without, well, I would say you shouldn't get copyright if you played it, right? Like them making the wake up juice.
I'll get back to that point. I wanted to also show that point where Doc is having it poured down. Let's trying to go slow about this.
Well, but if there again, like I was saying, if there's no audio, will they still copyright strike you?
They shouldn't.
I was going to say,
but look at it.
Yeah.
But look at everything that's being poured in. I'm just going to pause it just for safety's sake.
Is it the wake up juice, right? Joey, let's make some wake up juice.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch everything they put. Tabasco, hot sauce. I mean, cayenne pepper. I mean, look at this. He takes a whole bottle of Tabasco sauce or hot sauce. Look at them. They just dump it in there. They're taking like habaneros that are pickled in like vinegar and dumping it in there. And they're taking all this stuff and just dumping it into this giant mug, this big pint glass mug. And then they mix it. That's their wake up juice. I'm sorry. That's called, how fast do you want your heart to incinerate into slag, molten slag mix?
How quickly do you want to lose a few pounds?
It's not even a few pounds. It's how many organs do you want to lose?
I was trying to be gentle. I know the repercussions are.
Okay, let's just move on from the wake up juice. I'm getting. I don't mind the occasional hot stuff, but that's a lifetime and then some's worth for me.
But here we see Marty pouring it down in his gullet, and Doc wakes up and comes out screaming, yelling, dumps his head in the horse trough. Marty comes. Clara's waiting for the train. They pull Doc back inside the saloon, and Marty says he's still out. And of course, the bartender says, "Oh, that was just a reflex action." Of course, then Seamus shows up, and Chester says, "Seamus, I wasn't expecting to see you here this morning. but something told me I should be here. As if something about my future had something to do with it. So, anyways, Jameis says he feels like his future has something to do with his reasoning for being there. And then, of course, oops, come on, pause. Clara's waiting for the train. The train arrives at the station. And, of course, Buford is there and says, "All right, Ron, it's 8 o'clock. And Marty looks at the clock, says it's not 8 o'clock yet, but as he's, looking at the picture, see if I can look what happens. Everything comes into view. It says Clint Eastwood and not Emmett Brown. So Marty's in the panic. He's all, "Come on, Doc." And of course, I love this part too, where Marty's saying, "I'm not going to do it." You know why? Because he's an asshole. I don't care what Tannen says. I don't care what anyone else says either.
Yeah, it's like he finally realizes, like, holy crap, like I there's no reason for me to be doing this right now. There's no reason for me to have to go and do this fight, basically. He starts to wake up.
He has an epiphany.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
Marty tries to help revive Doc. Doc does come to. But of course, before Doc comes to, everybody say, "Come on, son, I got 50 bars of gold bet against you, so don't let me down. I got 50 bars of gold bet to you that you're going to win, so don't let me down." Everybody's placed bets.
This is where Marty knows that he's got to butch up. He can't, he's got to be smart about how he handles this now, because he knows he can't go out there and take him on in an actual gunfight, So.
And these are all the guys that are telling Marty they have a bet that either Marty's going to win or Marty's going to lose. So one guy...
Course, the best line, though, out of what all these guys say is, let's fresh fracture, son, because you don't go out there. And he says, what if I don't go out there? And then one of the guys says, "You're a coward." And the other guy says, "And you'll be branded a coward for the rest of your days. Everybody everywhere will hear the name Clint Eastwood and think he's the biggest yellow belly in the West."
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, it's the guy on the right that actually says it.
Yeah.
So, they go through. One of the guys actually slips his gun down to Marty. And again, calling back to a spaghetti western and calling back to Clint Eastwood, Marty. I'll just go ahead and show it here a little bit. I thought that was done beautifully.
Yeah.
And hail to you, Spock. Greetings. But, Marty looks up, says, "I already have a gun." And you got to give Michael J. Fox credit. I mean, yes, he's looking at the stand-in while he's doing this scene, but as Seamus, he's still showing that Seamus has fear for what's going to happen to Marty. And there's Harry Carey Jr. Again, if you want to see him in another modern Western. Watch Tombstone. He's Fred White. So, this is where Marty says, I don't care what Tannen says. I don't care what anyone else says either. After calling Buford an asshole, of course, Buford needs one of his men to help him count. And Doc does come too. Of course, as Buford's counting, he loses track and, oops, come on. 7. Oh, I skipped it. But anyways, Buford loses track of where he's at because he doesn't know how to count. And one of those guys goes like this. And then, of course, Marty says, "Do you have
8?
Let me try to get."
It was one of the numbers. Yeah, it was one of the numbers. I can't remember which one. I thought it was 7 for some reason, but I could be wrong.
Come up here shortly. No, he's already counted because he's saying, you hear me, Run? I said that's 10, you yellow belly sack of turd." But anyways, Marty asks, where's the back door? Of course, he's told, it's in the back. And Doc comes out here and says, the only thing I miss is Tylenol. And of course, one of Buford's goons sees them coming out the back door. It says, freeze, blacksmith. And Doc and Marty are running for cover. Marty bumps into the hot stove. And the door comes off. And we get another callback. Callback to part 2. Marty gets an idea. Meanwhile, you see that the bullet holes hit the barrel, and the barrel are now leaking whatever's inside. Some might say it's water. Who knows what's inside it, but it's leaking. Of course, Clara and the train are steaming away, and that's when Clara hears the gentleman, the barbed wire salesman, talking about his encounter with Doc the night before. Of course, it takes a while before Clara realizes that they're talking about Doc and his relationship with her. And of course, Buford says, you've got 1 minute to decide, otherwise your blacksmith friend is going to be killed. And Spock is mentioning in Hot Wheels Unleashed, they have the Back to the Future DeLorean. I wish they had the Part 3 variant. Yes.
The Part 3 variant is always so overlooked. It really is. Now, I'm assuming he's talking about the variant where that it's kind of, I guess you can call it the retrofitted one in the beginning of 3. I'm assuming that's the one that he's talking about, but
he's talking about the one with the train wheels on it.
I was talking about the train wheels. I thought he was talking about the one where it's got like the Fallout, like the one from the beginning of 3. The big white walled tires. I thought he was talking about that one for some reason.
No, he's talking about the variant with the train wheels.
Those aren't train wheels. All they did is just they removed the tires. That's all they did.
I think I know what he's talking about. I'll bring it up here in a little bit.
Yeah, because the way I think of it is, if he says the one from Back to the Future 3, I think of the one where the big white wall tires, the Fallout-esque like computer strapped to the hood. That's the one I think of because that's very different. The other one is just the tires have been removed.
But this is where Clara realizes that they're talking about Doc and how he feels about her. She stops the train. She jumps off the train and starts running back to Hill Valley. And then, of course, Marty's minute has expired. And Buford's gonna kill Doc. And just as he has the gun pointed at Doc, out comes Marty. Right here, Tannen.
Oh.
So we have our shootout. Right. And what's funny about this scene is Buford tells Marty to draw, and Marty goes, "No." And then, of course, his reasoning is because he thought they could settle it like men. And of course, Buford tells him, "You thought wrong, dude." And then, of course, he shoots Marty. And Buford's all happy about his job, thinking that he's shot and killed Marty. But nah, cuz look what happens here. Marty kicks away the gun. Marty gets up.
Classic scene. I forget the Clint Eastwood. I forget the exact name of the Clint Eastwood movie, but I have seen it before. Yeah, where he takes like a steel. It's an iron or a steel plate, and he basically just punches like rudimentary holes, and then just takes two things of like rope and makes basic shoulder things, so that way he can just hang there. And the guy has like a lever action, and he dumps an entire tube of ammo into Clint Eastwood, thinking he killed him, but all he did is that he just hit the plate, and then Clint Eastwood guns him and his guys down. I forget the name of the movie, but
it's one of the $1 million movies. But we actually see that clip where he reveals the bulletproof vest in Back to the Future Part 2, where Biff of alternate 1985 is in the hot tub with the two women.
Right, no, but that Clint Eastwood movie that he's watching. I've seen that one. I can't remember what the name of it is called, though. Is what I'm saying.
And looking at the chat. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, Doc really did think Marty was dead right there.
Pretty much.
And then, of course, Biff is surprised. Marty gets up. He goes to punch Marty in the gut. And the cast iron door breaks his hand. And then straight out of WWE, Marty hits Buford with that cast iron door. And Sheamus runs back because Sheamus thought Marty was dead. So he walked away. And a few more punches. A few more. But I love the final one, and I'm going to get to it here real quick. The coup de grace. right into the manure. Pause. And you know, it's funny. I've watched the behind the scenes when they were actually filming this scene, and Tom Wilson says, "All right, kids, this is how a professional does it."
Oh my gosh.
But I also love this part. I hate manure. So with that tombstone destroyed, Marty and Doc are glad. They hear the train whistle. They do say their goodbyes to Seamus. Excuse me. And of course, you know, by saying their goodbyes to Seamus, Marty also gives up the gun and gives it to Seamus, says, you know, $12 never been used. Seamus says, maybe I'll trade it in for a new hat. And Marty and Doc right away catch up with the train, meet.
It's a cold peacemaker. Every time he says it, he's like maybe I'll trade it for a new hat. I'm thinking, dude, it's a Colt. It's a brand new, literally never been used Colt peacemaker, pristine leather holster with ammo belt, and you're just gonna trade it in? The gun nut in me is going insane right now. Keep it. You never know. Not saying you go and kill. I have to go kill people, but somebody's attacking you. Somebody's giving you a gun. What's wrong with you?
And here we see Clara. She gets back to Doc's shop, and she comes to the realization that Doc wasn't telling her any BS. So Doc and Marty are chasing down the train. They get on the train. Clara takes one of Doc's horses to try to catch up with them. Doc and Marty are trying to get up to the locomotive itself. And I'm just kind of speeding through it. But Doc and Marty get to the...
This is a great scene, by the way.
I'm not going to play
horses trying to get onto it.
Yeah. Is this a hold up? Doc and Marty
It's a science experiment. I love the look at Marty and Doc give each other. They're like,
yeah, right here.
What do we say? Dear Lord. It's good stuff, though. Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah. And then Doc's telling the engineer to pull up at the switch track coming up ahead. So let's get to that. So they get to the switch track. Doc tells them to uncouple the cars. And Marty gets on board. They speed their way to the DeLorean, but I just want to show something real quick. They remove their mask. Doc takes off his hat, puts on the conductor hat or engineer's hat, and blows the whistle and says, I wanted to do that all my life.
That scene there when it's just going super slowly as it's making the turn onto the other track, and you get that beautiful view of it. Just,
you know,
I wouldn't talk about trains. I said I wouldn't talk about trains.
But I was going to say, it gets back to what we were talking about earlier. I know I would definitely love to get onto a steam train locomotive that's fully functional and just get the chance to blow that whistle.
I've always wanted to. Like, you know, it's just something I've always wanted to do, you know.
Mm-hmm. So,
one day. I always tell myself, one day.
They pull up to the DeLorean, and Marty asks, what are these? And Doc tells him that it's his own version of Presto logs. And the reason why they're numbered is for the boiler temperature for the flame. And Doc explains why he uses it. So they get in the train. Claire shows up and sees that the cars are uncoupled from the engine. And then she hears the whistle. Doc slowly pulls up behind the DeLorean and begins to push the DeLorean. Meanwhile, Claire shows up just as they're pulling away. And of course, Marty's being told to turn on the time circuits and input the destination time, October 27th, 11 a.m. And that there is a new gauge on the dashboard, color-coded green, yellow, and red to indicate when each log is about to go off. And of course, Doc's throwing the logs into the boiler. And that's when he ends up telling Marty about this. Green, yellow, red. Once it gets to red, the whole boiler explodes. So the train is speeding down with the DeLorean right in front of it. Clara gets on board. Of course, she gets on board right as the green log goes off.
And I was going to say this right now. You want to see some absolutely freaking beautiful cinematic. This train scene is just so. If it was a beautiful woman, I'd see it and marry it in the same day. Wouldn't even say hello, because the scene is just beautiful. And the thing is, they did the scene when you see if the scenes without the actors, where you just see the DeLorean and the train, it's model.
Yeah,
it's models. But when you watch it, I think is I did not I legitimately did not know that they were models for years. I thought that it was an actual train and an actual DeLorean, and they found this rural track, and they just decided that, hey, somebody volunteered a steam train to let them use for the scene, for the various scenes, and they modified a DeLorean. That's one of the Back to the Future DeLoreans to do to be able to go on and do this stuff. That's what I thought. I didn't realize that it's majority of the shots are models.
Yeah, because
but you would never know it.
There was a behind the scenes special that came out when part 3 came out, and it was hosted by Kirk Cameron. Why? Because he was on Growing Pains at the time, and it was a hit show, and he was one of the teeny boppers.
Oh yeah, I know. I watched it, and I watched Growing Pains, and it was funny. It was like it was funny. Kirk Cameron was known for Growing Pains, and then like the next big thing he was like known for was the Left Behind movie that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was like the next thing. It's like 1 minute you're Growing Pains, the next minute you're doing Left Behind, a movie about a book that's taken place when the rapture from the Bible. What?
Yep.
Like it kind of caught everybody off guard.
Mm-hmm. But in that special, they actually showed the behind the scenes, and they showed that particular, scene that they were filming with the model train and the model DeLorean. And I was thinking to myself, man, I would love to have that.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah.
And Spock brings up in the chat that his music teacher at high school was Tom Wilson's wife. She introduced me to him at an event. He's such a kind person, and spent almost 2 hours talking Back to the Future with him.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. And,
that is amazing.
Tom Wilson's also a musician.
Right, yeah.
But the first Presto log goes off. Clara, of course, is hanging on for dear life. And we see that the DeLorean's now at 35. Doc starts making his way, excuse me, out of the train to get onto the DeLorean. Let's get to that. And just gonna play this real quick, but I just love that camera shot right there of the DeLorean and the train passing by, model or not. It's a great shot.
It is. It is a absolutely beautiful shot. And again, anyone that wants to say that back in the that movies today are superior to movies of the past, let me tell you this: you watch that scene, okay? When you watch that scene of the DeLorean, and it's there, and it's being pushed. It's just incredible to watch. It really truly is, and it upsets me sometimes because I feel like people don't appreciate what they could do with movies back in the day.
They don't. They laugh at it. I mean, even looking at the effects for Doctor Who when it first started out, Star Trek when it first started out, any of those shows in the 60s that used effects that at the time were cutting edge. Yeah, we look at it now and laugh, but again, keep in mind what I already said. At the time, those effects were cutting edge. And even looking at this movie with the model work, it still looks better than all the work that you see nowadays done with CGI. One second, just responding to Spock real quick.
You good?
So anyways, Clara's climbing on board the train. Doc's getting ready to make his way out. Doc starts hearing something. Can't really make it up because of the steam engine train. And then, of course, let's see. It passes by here. And Marty warns Doc that the yellow log is about to blow. When the yellow log blows, it knocks Clara back on her butt. Doc almost slips off the train. Of course, Doc is trying to be ever so careful because, as you can see, he doesn't have much room to move around. And Clara is able to get into the engine. And what does she do?
Oh, she does something I would probably do if I were her.
Yeah, just as Doc gets to the front of the train, the whistle's going off because she's blowing the whistle.
But let's just be real. You're in a steam train. You're up there. I mean, what? Why not? Like, right now, if I told you had the chance to be in a steam train like that, like you see in like the westerns, okay? I tell you, you're going to be up there for an hour. You're telling me you wouldn't get it? The first thing you wouldn't do is pull on that cord and let that horn go loose. You're telling me you wouldn't do that? Anybody who says they wouldn't, you are a liar. You sit on a throne of lies.
I must pull. I need to hear the whistle.
Yeah, seriously. You bring great dishonor to your house with your lies.
What do you mean you don't want to make that train whistle sound once again? You're full of lies. Of course, this is where Clara tells Emmett, aka Doc, Emmett, I love you. Of course, Doc then tells Marty that it's Clara, and Marty goes, Clara, perfect. But there's a slight problem. Slight problem with that. The windmill. Now, on Doc's model, he said that if they get to the windmill, then it's the future or bust, because that's their point of no return.
Yeah, because they won't have enough track to slow down.
Mm-hmm. And Marty gets on the walkie and says, Doc, the windmill. real quick, Spock's saying, you're not Gowron, you're a changeling. I am Gowron. You should know that. This way, if there's a line for your thing that you're doing and you need Gowron, I can give you Gowron. Understood? Just messing with you, Spock. But anyways, Doc, the windmill. We're going 50 and we'll never make it. So, they come up with the idea of bringing Clara to the future. So Marty has to call up the speed, and Clara gets out of the train. She starts inching her way off, up and up. Of course, she's scared. Doc's encouraging her. Doc's even coming over to grab her hand to help her. But there's a problem. You better hold on to something, Doc. The red log's about to blow. And yeah, now things have really, really gone south. Yeah.
That's yeah.
And again, that close-up shot, you wouldn't know that that's model.
No, you honestly wouldn't. You would, like, if you saw that close-up shot. I'm not thinking so when I see that shot, I'm not thinking that's a model. I'm thinking, oh, that's some really nifty camera work. That's what I'm thinking. And again, there's because here's the thing. For those of you who do not know, and if this is a spoiler, I'm apologizing. Not really, but I'm apologizing just for legalities. The train goes boom. You can pretty much kind of figure that out. That whole scene where the whole scene where you see the train like going off the edge of the tracks and exploding, all model.
Mm-hmm.
Explosion, everything modeled. But because of the way they did the audio and the visuals in terms of the angles and the scope and everything, you would never know it. I didn't even know it. I thought they literally just panned out and they actually did that to a train. No, model.
And I'm not showing these clips, the few short moments of video to mean any copyright infringement at all. I'm not doing that. I'm doing this, teaching about classic movies and talking about our love for classic movies and why we should cherish them and, pass them on to different generations to show them those, younger generations, older movies. They're great. There are a lot of great movies out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just need to take the time to sit down and watch them and enjoy them.
Yeah. Movies can't be enjoyed if we're not willing to take the time to actually sit down and watch them.
Mm-hmm. Because the work, I know that Steven Spielberg's recent movie, West Side Story, bombed. I've heard it all weekend. I've heard it, up until today that it bombed. But you look at works like this, where he was executive producer and Robert Zemeckis directed this film, along with storytelling by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale. It's these kind of movies that you allow yourself to just go into that world, escape to that world, and that's what movies and TV shows should be, is escapism.
Yeah, that's what movies were. I mean, I'm not saying they were they were meant to be escapism, but that's what they became. Initially, it was a form of entertainment, a form of art, but it quickly developed into escapism. Why do you think on Fridays and Saturdays the theaters are so busy? Yes, you could say, well, it's because the new movies are coming out. No, it's because people are getting off of work, or they want to go, or they want to spend time with their loved one, or by themselves. So they'll take a Friday night, evening/night, or an entire Saturday, and they will chill, unwind, and go to a theater. Even though they know they're going to be paying a lot, to them, there is no price they can put on that time of escaping from reality. Sitting down in a movie theater, getting engrossed in a movie, eating your popcorn, drinking your Coke, eating your jalapeno poppers or your pretzel or your chicken strips, whatever. It was an experience. It wasn't just a movie. It was an experience that helped magnify the escapism. And we've lost it. And yes, I will say a certain microscopic organism has contributed, I think, to why a lot of people don't want to go back to movie theaters. Me, I go to movie theaters every chance I get because I still love that escapism. I grew up on it. I worked in a movie theater. So I should be the first one to say I hate that and I want it abolished. I love it now and appreciate it now more than I ever have in my entire life. Because I know what it's like to need those few hours to yourself with a good movie.
Yeah, and
in the right setting.
And Spock brings up here, nowadays it's who won for best visuals. Scripts and good stories are completely irrelevant now. Very true. And of course, how's Marty going to help Doc get out of this predicament that he and Claire are in? Well, there's your answer. The hoverboard. Man, I wish they actually made him. I wish that they actually found a way to make him. That's what I wanted as a kid. Back in '89, I wanted the hoverboard. And of course,
not me.
Go ahead. Everybody say it. Who did it, Mike?
You go first. Well, I mean, I didn't want the hoverboard because when I was old enough to start trying to ride skateboards, I couldn't stay on the skateboard for more than 3 seconds without scraping up my body pretty good. So I'm like, oh, I want the hoverboard, but I want it like to where I can't fall off. But I'm like, it's a skateboard that hovers. I'm gonna fall off of it, and because it's hovering, I'm higher up, which means death is most likely inevitable. So I'm like, it's a death machine. As cool as of a concept of it would be to own one, I would sit on it and act like I'm paddling, just fling my hands out, grabbing the ground and propelling myself forward because no. I want to live. I like living.
You might like Spock's answer. He wanted the flying cars.
Exactly. Spock, you and me are of similar mindsets. Everyone else that says they want the hoverboard before the car, no. Spock and me are correct. Everyone else is wrong.
Oh, who's to say?
And the hoverboard.
Who's to say I didn't want a flying car?
But which one did you want first, the car or the hoverboard?
I wanted the flying car first when I saw the DeLorean flying.
Okay, here you go. Well, yeah, but that's the thing is everyone wanted the flying car, but the moment they see the hoverboard, they're like, ooh, yeah, a car is nice, but then you got to park it and everything. A hoverboard, well, you can take that anywhere. Much easier to store. Now I'll take the hoverboard. Me? Nah, the car, man. You kidding me? I can get so much more use out of that car. So much more use than I ever could out of a hoverboard.
And, Spock was saying he could see the real world problem with a flying car as well. Yeah, you don't need cars falling out of the sky, although it does make me wonder. I know I'm nitpicking here. Sorry, guys and gals. But it makes me wonder, when Doc got back to 1885, January 1st, 1885, is there some sort of, safety switch, safety override that prevented the DeLorean from actually crashing and with the flying circuits destroyed? Because
there probably was. What I would venture to say, and I could be wrong, but if I'm theorizing is that in all the hover vehicles there was some form of emergency safety measure where if something happened, it probably wouldn't be the smoothest of landings, but you would probably land so that way the vehicle was still drivable, but it wouldn't fly until the flying circuits and systems got repaired. So I'd say there would probably be some form of emergency like descent and landing kind of thing, because otherwise then the cars of the future would at any moment could just drop out. Like there had to be some form of safety redundancy to where the flying part wouldn't work but the driving could.
See, I wanted to ask that question because I wanted to hear an answer to that question. I had my own thoughts, and I'm glad you answered it because I wanted to hear someone else.
I mean, again, that's just my theories. Obviously, I think there was some form of safety redundancy.
Yeah.
Kind of like
There would have to be. There would have to be.
Yeah.
For that to be
like with what is it? Submarines. Like, let's say something happens to a submarine, and there's something goes wrong on it. Well, it can't stay submerged because the pressure would crush it. So what does it do? It can do an emergency. They call it emergency blow, or I forget the exact term. But basically, it'll rock it up, and that's where you'll see, if you ever see videos of a submarine just shooting up out of the water like a whale. That's because what happens is that instead of a gradual thing, it'll vent all. It'll jet all the water, air, everything, so that way it does an immediate rapid ascent to the surface. Now it can still float, but it cannot descend. Like that was the original purpose of it. It was used as an emergency thing. I kind of feel like it'd be something like that, where the car, truck, whatever vehicle it would be, would do a rapid descend and then land, wheels folded into driving position, and then it couldn't fly again until the systems were fixed.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I have thought about that, by the way, too. But but what I'm telling you is what I thought of when I had that question. Yeah.
Yep.
The deep philosophical discussions we have on this show.
It's what it's all about.
Human mind. They boggle the human mind sometimes.
It's what the show is about. Ask the questions that have been bugging you as, a fan of science fiction, a fan of, any TV or television show that you just have a question that's been bugging you and you want to ask somebody, does this sound stupid? Because, there are times in my head, folks, I'm thinking, nah, this sounds too stupid. Don't even say anything, Mike. All right. So, there we go. So, anyways, Marty gets on the walkie, tells Doc he's going to slip him the hoverboard. But there's only one other problem. This sign. So Doc yells out, Marty, watch out. Marty goes back inside the DeLorean. Now, how there are no cracks on the windshield, no damage to the passenger side door. Okay, I know. I can't help it. I nitpick sometimes.
I mean, I've nitpicked too. It's okay. I mean, it's that's the whole point of doing this movie review is that we get to praise it, but we also get to nitpick a little too.
So Marty slipstock the hoverboard, and okay, there's another point when I nitpick. How in the heck did Doc catch it so precisely with the strap? I mean, come on now. I know, folks. I know it's just a movie. I know. Relax. I know. But Doc catches the hoverboard, turns himself around, and he's able to save Clara before she meets her doom. Marty's happy. Marty gets back inside the DeLorean, and as you can see, the DeLorean's ready for temporal displacement. So Marty puts on his hat. We get a nice panning shot of the date. The DeLorean disappears, leaving a pair of fire trails behind. And, well, the train. Yeah. The train.
Well,
Now,
you knew it was going to happen. You knew it.
yeah. But again, this is a wide shot, and that's model right there. But if you didn't know that was a model, you would have sworn it was a real train.
Right, like I did for many, many, many years.
And the train goes kaboom. Yeah, it's a spectacular wreck, all right.
It is. But then we cut. Oh,
it's a nice transition, you know, with all the smoke. Then we get to 1985 to the completed bridge.
And this is where we see the DeLorean, do its three flashes of awesomeness for the last time.
Yep.
And it's coasting because remember, typically the DeLorean, when it goes, the brakes are hit. Well, because it's on the tracks, it just slowly coasts to a stop. But he's on train tracks. What else is on train tracks?
A train.
So the moment he stops, guess what he hears? A train horn.
Yep.
Yeah. This is the scene that will once in a while. It's not often, but I do have my vulnerable moments when I will cry when I see the DeLorean getting literally crushed and smashed to pieces.
I do want to welcome.
Such a beautiful car.
Yep. I do want to welcome Black Dragon to the stream. Welcome, brother. Thank you.
Hail, Black Dragon.
All right, brother. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. But, I love this part of the scene where everybody's looking, going, what's that car doing on the train tracks? But, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to bow your heads as the DeLorean comes to a full and complete stop. You see Marty looking, and then he hears the train whistle. And I don't know about you, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even. It's okay though.
Yeah, but Marty's look, and don't ask me how I was able to pause it at that exact moment, but Marty's look right there would be my look, would be your look, would be everybody who's been watching the streams look as they see a locomotive speeding right toward them.
Pretty much.
So Marty gets out, Just barely. And oops. Pause.
Which correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it kind of look like he just does like a cartwheel out of the DeLorean? Like he opens it and then he kind of like dives and does like a cartwheel over the hedges. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Yep. No. He does.
Okay, so I literally have not been crazy whenever I have watched it, and I'm like, wait, I didn't know Marty knew gymnastics.
Now here's the thing about the scene. That is an actual DeLorean that they put on the tracks, and they destroyed it. That is not model. That is an actual DeLorean being destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which, how John DeLorean ever agreed to that, I will never know. It's one thing. It's one thing for them to use the cars and modify them to look like a time machine and whatnot, but to literally have one destroyed like that. And also something you also got to wonder is because for it to be destroyed like that means they actually had to get a train company to agree to literally plow a DeLorean, knowing it could damage the train or possibly even derail it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guarantee you would probably cost far more than the worth of that DeLorean.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, that was a ballsy scene that they made.
Yep.
Very ballsy scene.
And luckily for them, they were able to pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to throw back to the first film where the license plate is left spinning, just like after temporal experiment number 1. So Marty gets up, surveys all the damage, and then he says, well, Doc, it's destroyed.
Just like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's okay because, Marty goes and he goes to get Jennifer and first he goes to he goes to get Jennifer.
He goes home. He goes home. As we see here. Comes up to his truck, which is still being waxed.
Yeah,
hey, butthead, get away from that.
Truck still being
because it's Biff.
Watch Biff. Marty.
I didn't recognize you in that hat, Marty. Watch it, Biff.
Yeah. Biff
Marty.
All of a sudden, I mean, yeah. Biff is the family bitch. Let's just call it what it is, because I mean, seriously, like he even attempts to like be tough towards Marty or Marty's like parents or whatnot. All they got to do is just raise their voice even a little, and he backs down so quick. It's funny to watch because all Marty says is "Watch it, Biff." That's all he has to say, and then Biff's like cowering little like
Marty,
like puppy. Marty, I'm sorry, Marty. I'm sorry, Marty.
Marty, I didn't recognize you in those clothes. Going cowboy, huh? And then, of course, the McFly family comes out, and Biff saying, "Just put it on the second coat now."
Yeah, seriously, it's like second coat. Really? I didn't know that people typically. I mean, it looks pretty good. I think with one coat, and you live in California, okay? I think one coat's going to do you pretty good right at the moment. Two coats seems redundant, but hey, that's just my opinion.
And then, of course, the McFly family comes out because they're late for brunch. Come on, Dad, they're not going to hold the reservation all day. And there you see, and that's not Crispin Glover. But they got someone who looks close enough to him.
Yeah.
But the reason why you're not getting a full close-up shot is because he doesn't look exactly like him, and the audience wouldn't notice if the camera was any closer. And that's also why he's wearing shades. But their excuse is that he can't find his glasses. And his family is surprised to see Marty dressed up like this. And Dave even says, who are you supposed to be? Clint Eastwood? And Marty says, my God, you're all back to normal. Yes, it was. But anyways, after this, Marty gets into his truck and pulls up at Jennifer's place. Gosh, that's a sweet looking truck. Even after all these years.
But you know what? I've said this for a long time. Look at various vehicles, okay? My favorite model of Jeep is the one from the early 90s, the boxy one. I owned one. And the only reason why I sold it is because I had lost my job. And, you know, the thing it was not fuel efficient. I mean, it had a V6 engine, 4.0. And that thing hogged a lot of gas. Well, when you're unemployed, and you could still apply online, but you could also go and apply in person to a lot of places too. You could do both. So I'm unemployed. I have a lot of driving around to do, interviews, applying, everything. Well, when you have very little money, you don't want to be spending what little money you have on gas that's going to be guzzled up faster than a hungry man at a buffet. So I had to sell it. And I got a car with a tiny engine. And I liked the small car, but that Jeep, I will always remember that Jeep. But again, that car had some style. It was boxy, it was big. But when you see that, you're like, nice. The new Jeeps, they're too stylish. They're too fancy. When I think of a Jeep, I think of a workhorse. I think of something that I'm going to go take off-roading on Saturday and then take my wife or girlfriend and whatnot all dolled up to church on Sunday. I'm thinking it's an everything vehicle.
Yeah, it's multi-purpose.
You want to haul something great. You want to get married and take your new bride on your honeymoon and the thing. Great. Like you can do everything. And I love that boxy nature. It was just something about it that when it stands out.
Mm-hmm.
Cars used to have that. Cars used to have some sort of flair or style.
Personality.
They don't anymore. Yeah, they don't anymore. It's all about sleekness. It's like, screw the sleekness. Give me some personality and style. If it takes 1 mile per gallon off, I'll take a little bit of style and flair over 1 mile per gallon, because at least when I look at the car, I'm like, damn. You're not even going to notice that 1 mile, but you'll notice the flair and style. You'll notice it.
So Marty gets to Jennifer's house. He wakes her up. And, I'm surprised a certain group of people haven't gone bananas over this, but he pretty much wakes her up like Snow White gets waken up by the prince. He kisses her. Brings her to. After she passed out in 2015 from seeing her future self. Jennifer wakes up, tells Marty she's had the worst nightmare. They pull up at an intersection and look at the name of the neighborhood, Hilldale. Marty goes, Hilldale? This is Hilldale. This is where we live. Well, this is where we're gonna live someday. And Jennifer says, it was a dream, right? Wasn't it? And Jennifer starts telling Marty more about her encounter in the future, how Marty gets fired. And Marty goes, what do you mean I got fired? And then up pulls Marty's nemesis, who we were introduced in part 2, Needles. And let me try to get it into a good shot, because there's something to be said about the guys that are in the truck. Let me try to okay. But anyways, the excluding Needles, but everyone else was a gang member in one of the movies. You got somebody who was part of Biff's gang in Back to the Future Part 1, somebody who was part of Griff's gang in Back to the Future Part 2, and somebody who was part of Buford's gang in Back to the Future Part 3.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's that attention to detail. Because they knew this was going to be the last movie. They knew. So
yeah. And then we get the primo scene, the perfect way you could end this.
yes,
They pull up to where the DeLorean is because Jennifer wants to see it. And then that's where they're like, Doc's never coming back. And then he picks up the photo of them, and it's like ripped up and shredded and whatnot. And then he says, "I'm sure gonna miss him." All of a sudden, you hear the ding 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 ding. What do they call them? The arms, the little gate arms that when trains are coming, they start going down. They look.
Yeah, the crossing gate.
Left, right. The crossing gate. Thank you. You see the crossing gate arms go down. Well, they look left, look right. They don't see a train. They're like wondering. And then Marty just looks at the gates and says, "What the hell?" And all of a sudden, what do you see? The triple flash, that quintessential triple flash known to all sci-fi fans who have seen Back to the Future and have any common sense in them. You see a train. Oh, but this is no train, ordinary train, my friends. Oh, no. This is a special train. This is a time-traveling train. That, when you see the doors open, who do we see? Dr. Emmett Brown, who then reveals he has created a time-traveling train that runs off of steam. Yes. You want to talk about next level of advancement in time travel? Forget Mr. Fusion. All you need is some water and whatever fuel source this takes. Maybe it does have a Mr. Fusion. I don't know. But whatever thing, it runs off of steam. So apparently all you need is a heat source and a bunch of water, and this thing can literally fly anywhere in time and the world. Except the desert, obviously, but that's a whole other thing. Yeah. And then you find out that him and Clara got hitched, and they got two boys, Jules
and Vern.
And Marty and Jennifer, they're just so ecstatic. They're so happy to see Doc, and they're happy for him too, And then that's where Doc reveals that he's got a special gift for him. So he hands him this that thick like butcher's paper like wrapping. He hands him Marty this, and Marty opens it, and it's this beautiful like wooden ornate picture frame with the photo of Marty and Doc at the clock that goes in the clock tower right there. But it's in this beautiful like ornate like wooden picture frame. And Marty, and it's but the thing is, again, this is where the musical score plays in because it's playing in the background. But that little bit of trumpet in the score, when Marty opens it and he sees it, that they raise that volume just a little, and then all of a sudden it slowly starts getting louder. I guarantee you, if you had a decibel meter, you slowly see it start increasing one, so you slowly start seeing that thing start creeping up. And Jennifer hands Doc the note where it says, "You're fired." And she says, "I've come back from the future and now it's a race." And she doesn't understand what that means.
Of course it's a race. What does that mean? It means your future hasn't been written yet. No one's has. Your future is whatever you make it. So make it a good one. Both of you.
Both of you. And then this is where Doc says, "Stand back." And then he shuts the doors, and then Marty's like, "So Doc, where are you going now? Back to the future?" And then Doc and then Doc
already
just
been there.
Smiles. No, but I love how the look on Doc's face. He says, "Nope." He has that big grin on his face, and he looks forward and looks back at Marty and says, "Already been there." And then he shuts the thing, and then all of a sudden you see the train wheels. They start going 90 degrees. and then you see this like jets of flame, like it's almost like a NASA launch. They just erupt from the bottom of the train, and it starts going up. And it literally, it's like, would you say these like fold out wings kind of look like something out of like Batman in a way?
Yeah.
They have that Batman-esque look to them. I think they do, at least. But these wings fold out of the sides of the main engine.
But
and
it also
it
also fits with Jules Verne too. I mean, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. You look at the submarine in that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then so you see the train like whip around, and where what would typically if you see on the old steam trains where you would see the coal or the wood, that's like this one big like, I don't even know what you want to call it, but that's where the massive booster engines are, and you see them light up, and they just go rocketing, and they whip around, and this is where you get the scene like how it is at the end of the first one, but instead you hear that train whistle, that steam train whistle, as you see the train flying towards the screen, all lighting up with electricity and plasma and all that stuff, and then boom, it ends. And I'm not gonna lie, I cry if I watch them. If I watch them 1, 2, and 3 back to back, boom, 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 in one day. At the end of 3, when the train ends and it says the end, I cry every time, because I'm like, it is such a good adventure.
Yep.
And it hits you in the feels, the music, the story. You get tied into the characters, like when Doc and Marty. Oh God, I love this trilogy.
And the thing is, someone might even say, well, how was Doc able to make it that the time train could fly? He still had the DeLorean that was in the Delgado mine to refer to for the flying circuits.
Not even that. Remember, he had the hoverboard. So he could have easily have
reverse engineered. He could have reverse engineered.
Yeah, because remember so between the DeLorean and the hoverboard, he had enough components and enough ability to retrofit that with 1885 technology. And we saw what he did. He created a freaking freezer. Okay? So if you give him a DeLorean and you give him a hoverboard and you give him enough materials and supplies from 1885, that man will come up with pretty much anything. And he did. He came up with a time-traveling steam train that to this day is in my top 5 vehicles of all time that I want. From all media, from TV, video game, and movie. Top 5, I want the DeLorean, the time-traveling DeLorean, and the time-traveling train. Flying variants, not the standard. I want flying variants. Let's make sure we got to get ourselves right here, people.
And notice where the flux capacitor is on the train as compared to where it was inside the DeLorean.
I don't remember.
It's on the outside. It's on the outside.
Oh, that's right. No, you are right. Yes.
Okay, let's watch the train swing around. Okay, now I know. Yes, obviously this does look, like a model here because of this section right here. I think what they should have done is leave this part black. What about you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't like. To me, I like it just the way it is. I mean, obviously you can nitpick it and try and say, well, we can make it better this way. No, like that. There are certain things about the Back to the Future movies. It's like you could easily nitpick them, but at the same time, if you could actually change them, would you want to?
The answer to that is an easy one for me. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. So to me, it's like I can nitpick certain things that would like are common sense things where I talked about how, okay, if you fix the fuel line, which obviously they did because they tried putting the strongest alcohol they could into the gas tank. Like if you fix the fuel line, you fix that whole thing. How hard would it have been to go source some oil? Doc may whip up a quick enough refinery to refine the oil enough to get enough rudimentary gasoline to propel them, everything. Like it's like that stuff where you can nitpick because it's kind of like, okay, Doc, why weren't you thinking about this? You knew that oil existed, you knew this, you knew that, okay? But there are certain things that are quintessential to Back to the Future that you can nitpick all you want, but at the end of the day, you wouldn't dare change them because
No.
they are great just the way they are.
No, and that's why before we leave tonight, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't ever want to see them attempt to remake these movies. These movies in particular are movies that should be left alone.
I agree. And
I'm not talking about while Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale are still alive. I'm talking about it even after, they cross into the pearly gates. Leave this trilogy alone. You cannot improve on it in any way, shape, or form. Oh, the special effects might look nice, but where's the substance to it? These movies have substance to them. All three of them. Yes, the first one could stand on its own perfectly, and we'd be fine with that. But part 2 and part 3 are just beautifully done. Beautifully done. The only knock that we have against part 2 is that it suffered in post-production with part 3 being filmed at the same time.
Yeah. Because they had to quickly do it. Because I guarantee you, they didn't film 2, and near the end of 2, all of a sudden they get the okay to do 3. I guarantee you, probably in the beginning of the filming of 2, they found out, okay, we need to film 2 and 3 pretty much back to back, like overlapping to a degree. If you had given them enough time from the end of filming of 2 to start filming of 3, 2 probably would have come out better. I'm not saying it's a terrible one, but you can definitely tell there does seem to be a little bit of either a rushed pace or like they didn't pay attention to certain details because they were too busy prepping and everything for number 3.
Yep.
So that's my only criticism with 2 is that because you had to layer 3, all the production and the filming of 3 on the back end while you were filming 2, it hurt 2. It didn't affect 3. 3 is great just the way it is, but it hurt 2, and 2 could have been much stronger. I feel like it could have been a much stronger movie had it not had the weight of 3 on it as well.
And now I've got a little surprise for everybody because I will be streaming this probably sometime this weekend. So give me 1 second.
All right, I'm ready.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Emmett Brown. I'm standing on the parking lot at Twin Pines Mall. It's Saturday morning, October 26, 1985, 1:18 a.m. And this is temporal experiment number 1. Come on, Einie. Hey, boy, get in there. That a boy. In you go. Get down. Get your seatbelt on. That's it.
Whoa. Okay.
Please note that Einstein's clock is in precise synchronization with my control watch. Got it?
Right. Check, Doc.
Good. Have a good trip, Einstein. Watch your head.
You got that thing hooked up to the car?
Watch this.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
Not me. The car. The car. If my calculations are correct, when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit. Watch this, watch this. What did I tell you? 88 miles per hour! The temporal displacement occurred at exactly 1:20 a.m. and 0 seconds!
Ah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Doc. You disintegrated Einstein.
Calm down, Marty. I didn't disintegrate anything. The molecular structure of both Einstein and the car are completely intact.
Where the hell are they?
The appropriate question is, when the hell are they? You see, Einstein has just become the world's first time traveler. I sent him into the future. 1 minute into the future, to be exact. And at precisely 1:21 a.m. and 0 seconds, we shall catch up with him and the time machine.
Wait a minute, Doc. Are you telling me that you built a time machine out of a DeLorean?
The way I see it, if you're going to build a time machine into a car, why not do it with some style? Besides, the stainless steel construction made the flux dispersal. Look out!
And that's just a little teaser. Little teaser. But yeah, I'll be streaming that this weekend sometime. Is that a game that you've ever played?
I played it a long time ago. Granted, I didn't get very far into it. So I to be honest, I don't really remember much about it. I just remember that opening scene being very depressing.
Yeah, we'll reveal it.
And that's
Saturday or Sunday.
I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say anything other than that. I just it got me very depressed. I'm like, well, shit.
It's like, well, this sucks.
Yeah, you're like, well, you SOBs, you really just had to actively do that. Like, you actually had to put that in there. Like, are you trying to have me be like, sweet merciful death, take me already? Like, are you trying to get me to pray that prayer? Because that opening just kind of made me get a little closer to that prayer.
Yeah, I could see it, but again, I'll be streaming that this weekend. And my final thoughts on the Back to the Future trilogy is, if you haven't watched the movies, well, what's wrong? They're there. Watch them.
Yeah. And here's the thing. If you don't like them, you don't like them. But the thing is, you gotta give them a chance. You know? You have to actually give them an honest to God chance and not just poo-poo them. Because they are some really, really good movies. And I get it. Sci-fi is not everyone's cup of tea. I fully understand that. I'm not saying you have to like it. But, you know, what harm is there in watching the first one? If you don't, here's the thing. Watch the first one. You don't like the first one? Never pick up the other two. Never even bother. Here's the thing. Once you go for 2, then you gotta go straight to 3. You can't just go 2 and say, no, I'm done with 2. You got to go 2 and then 3. Like Pringles. Okay? You popped it. You can pass the can off because you don't like the flavor because you had a few chips. That's watching number 1. But once you get a third of the way down, you can't pass it off to somebody and be like, here, I don't want this no more. They're like, the hell, man, you ate at least a third of these chips, if not more. Why are you giving me this can? You finish them up. You started this, you got to finish it. That's what happens if you start 2 and you don't watch 3. That is the reaction you will get from anybody who knows anything about that, about the Back to the Futures. They'll be like, why didn't you just go all the way to 3 at least? At least finish it. Say you watched it. Even if you didn't like it, at least say you watched it.
My recommendation, take a weekend, watch all 3. Back to back to back.
You can do it all in one day.
Yeah.
But set a day. Set a whole day for it, though. Like, don't be like, yeah, I'm going to watch the movies. No. Like, genuinely set aside one whole day and make sure you get you get your snacks and your sodas and whatnot. Maybe pre-order a pizza in advance so it's delivered at a certain time. Whatever you want to do, do your DoorDash. But seriously, a whole day is more than enough because each movie is like maybe 2 hours at most. So
Well,
you're not even talking a whole day.
well, I was gonna say
Yeah.
with the first one, try to time it just right where you have your pizza delivered at 10:04 p.m.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Oh, okay. Just go with it. Come on, just go with it. Just go with it. Come
all
on.
right, I'll go with it. All right. I'll go with it. But yeah, you need to check it out because it's good shit.
There are 3 great movies. Yeah, I'll admit, in 6th grade, I did write my own fanfic, Back to the Future Part 4, Back to the Future Part 5, Back to the Future Part 6. No, they weren't any good, okay? They weren't any good. Because I'll tell you what, at that time I was also watching Star Trek, so, I had one particular chapter where the train was able to disguise itself as a DeLorean by using holograms. Yeah, okay, I can hear silence. I can hear snickering. Yeah,
No, I'm not snickering. I'm just trying to think. It's creative, if nothing else. I mean, even if it doesn't sound good, you can't fault the creativity. You can't be like, oh, that's not creative or whatnot. If you're talking, okay, think Star Trek world, especially if you go next gen and past next gen, where holographics start to become like ship things, where they can actually be mounted on ships and ships can project holographic stuff, or you can do small scale stuff. Yeah, I could actually buy it.
and it's funny. A couple of my friends read it, they liked it, and then my teacher read it, and she just started laughing. She says, "I know you're into Star Trek too, and I could definitely tell you put some of that influence in there." And I said, "Yeah, well, guilty as charged." Just like I gave you guys there, it was a sheepish grin, sheepish look, and it's like, yeah, that's right. I did it. Yeah, that's right. And now somebody at Secret Hideout writing for Discovery is going to go, "That's a great idea, Pacific."
Yeah, of course somebody would be like that, because they don't have an original thought in their body.
But again, I was in the 6th grade. Okay.
No, I'm not knocking you. I'm knocking them.
I know a certain somebody would probably say to me, "No, that's a dumb idea." You kidding? In the 6th grade, 11, 12 years old, I thought that was a cool idea. But yeah, if you haven't watched the movies, watch the movies. If you can find a copy of Back to the Future, the game, I'm not talking about the NES game. No, skip that game and skip Back to the Future Part 2 and 3 on NES 2. Unless you want to pull your hair out. But if you can find a copy of Back to the Future, the game, I highly recommend it. Play it. These movies are worth cherishing and passing down from one generation to the next, because these movies are pure joy. Sci-fi, adventure. They're fun. That's what movies used to be. Fun. And that's what I want to see again. That's what so many want to see again. Are fun movies. And that's what the trilogy is to me. Fun movies where you can take a weekend, sit back, relax, and enjoy a great movie.
Yeah.
Now, how about you, Patriot?
Well, for me, I like good shit. Back to the Future is good shit. I like sitting down watching movies, whether it's by myself or, with someone special or family members, whatever. And Yeah, I think we as consumers need to start demanding from Hollywood good stuff. And the
Mm-hmm.
reason the way you do that is through strictly financials. Because guess what? There's enough normies out there that will gladly spend their time, gladly spend their time and money to go see movies. Okay, but I'm talking about us real fans that actually give two shits about franchises and stuff. Okay, we are the ones that need to start stepping up and and actually telling these companies through our money, hey, guess what? We want what you used to give out, not this pandering bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we want. We don't want you telling us what to think or what to feel. We don't want any of that. So give us the good stuff, because that is what we as your source of income. Because Hollywood, as much as they get tax write-offs and everything, at the end of the day, if it's not for us, the consumer, if it's not for us, then they have no power. They have nothing. Okay, but enough of us need to grow a pair. Okay, grow a spine, grow a pair. Okay, whatever you got to do, and actually start showing it with our wallets. Am I saying don't go see movies? No, I'm saying be picky about what you see. You know,
Mm-hmm.
go indie. If there's an independent creator, start supporting their stuff. You know, that's why for me, I only see movies I genuinely want to see. I don't go see movies even if I'm halfway interested. No, I got to be pretty damn well interested, because if I'm going to spend my money on a movie and give a portion of that to Hollywood through my spending, then I want to make sure it's a movie that is something I value and cherish and want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I am a huge proponent of of like crowd funded stuff, because to me, that's where the weight is. That's where Hollywood can get shown up. And will it always be the best quality? No, but it will carry that passion and devotion of the fandom. You know, I've said this many times. I am a huge lover of Power Rangers. I follow multiple fan series. I'm a huge supporter of Legend of the White Dragon, which they put out a teaser trailer. And some people could say, well, it looks fan made. Their entire budget is $500,000. Remember, that is for locations, that is for effects, that is for literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they are making a Power Ranger film completely fan supported. Okay, there is no big Hollywood. Completely fan supported for $500,000, and they are doing everything with $500,000. So, and people could you could easily say, oh, it looks cheap or whatnot. They don't have the big budgets. They don't have some big Hollywood backer. They're taking $500,000 of all their fans combined and saying, we are going to give you the best damn product that we can possibly give you. Will it be the same level that we compare to Hollywood? No, but it will still carry that passion and devotion that the fans of this cry out for.
Well, it's like I said when you shared that clip and I gave you my response to it. I don't care if it looks low budget. What I care about is the story. And if the story is any good, then I'm going to watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, and I think that's the key right there, is that we need to support independence. And then, but this also applies to comics too. Comics, books, all media. We need to be supporting independence. Okay, and this is not meant to be political, by the way. What I'm about to say. So Pacific. Just want to state that right now, and everyone listening and watching. Not meant to be political,
Okay.
but how Jeremy Geese Gamers put it. He's not very much like, he has his own political channels, but he doesn't like openly support political movements. But with what happened with Gina Carano, and when Gina Carano was welcomed with open arms by the Daily Wire, he subscribed to the Daily Wire. Does he watch their stuff? Does he watch Ben Shapiro and all them? No, he doesn't watch their stuff. He backed them with an annual membership because he wanted to support Gina Carano, because they are paying the bills for Gina Carano to do the stuff she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can like or hate Gina Carano, but the Daily Wire is at least saying, you know what, we're going to put our money where our mouth is. They funded her first film. I forget what the name of it is called. Something, it's a Western, basically. They funded that entire thing.
Terror on the Prairie, something
Terror
along
the Prairie. Yeah,
those lines.
Yeah. So you could say, oh, the Daily Wire, they're Republicans, they're conservatives, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. They are pushing back against Hollywood with original ideas. Mm-hmm. Sure, are they politically founded? Yes. But do you know what? If a political entity, politically founded entity like the Daily Wire gives us incredible content that is not political, like Terror on the Prairie, if it's not political, I don't care if it comes from the Blaze, Daily Wire, I don't care where it comes from, what right-wing source you want to call it from, I don't care. If it's the stuff we used to get, the stuff that we loved and craved, what difference does it make?
It doesn't make a difference at all.
Yeah, if Terror on the Prairie is so reminiscent and reminding of a Clint Eastwood Western, like Outlaw Josie Wales or stuff like that. If it's so reminiscent of those, who cares if it came from the Daily Wire? Who cares if Legend of the White Dragon's a fan film? If it still carries that passion and devotion that Power Rangers fans love for $500,000, you can overlook a lot of stuff if that passion and devotion is in the product. And we ain't getting that from Hollywood. We ain't getting it.
Look at Star Trek Continues. That was a passion project.
Mm-hmm. Vic funded that himself, I recall, right? He did a crowdfunding and also helped pay for it himself, like combined, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
I've said it many times on this channel. I don't like Discovery, but if you, the viewing audience, if you're someone who likes Discovery, that's fine. I'm not going to hold it against you. We're all allowed to like what we like. We're all allowed to dislike what we dislike when it comes to movies and TV shows. We don't need to get up in arms about it. We don't need to start yelling and screaming at each other. Just come to a mutual understanding that, okay, you like Discovery, I don't, but guess what? Deep Space Nine. Oh, yeah. We could agree on DS9. And that's perfectly fine. I have my opinions on Hawkeye. Other people have their opinions on Hawkeye. That's fine. We're all allowed to like what we like. Yeah. Certain people speaking right now on this channel are, rooting for the Cubs. And then other people in the chat are rooting for the Cardinals. I don't hold it against him because you know what we have in common? We like baseball. And we're not too fond of the commissioner either.
I mean, anyone who's a fan of the commissioner, I'm kind of questioning you a little bit. I haven't liked the commissioner in a long time.
No, I wasn't a big fan of Bud Selig either.
Yeah, well, they haven't had a good commissioner in a long time, I would argue.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a whole another topic for a whole another time. So, but I mean, I think we kind of talked this one out. We've been going for what? Almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah, well, it's Back to the Future. What do you expect? Remember part one? It was you, Sci-Fi Nation, and we were going on and on about part one. Yes, okay, so maybe I was taking my time going through scene after scene, but still, that's
no.
that's passion.
I'm not complaining.
That's passion.
It's love. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Whoopa and I, these past 2 weekends, this past weekend and the weekend before, we were talking about off-season baseball. We were talking about things that we love, things that we don't like, things that we wish that baseball would leave alone. And I had a lot of fun. It's great to talk about the things we love. And again, if you don't agree with somebody, fine. Don't let it rule your whole day and rule your whole life just because you had a disagreement with somebody. It's just part of our culture. It's part of being an adult. You don't have to like everything, but you do have to understand that there are times where you just need to, let bygones be bygones and say, all right, fine, but we can still be friends. And that's what I don't get nowadays. If I were to tell somebody I don't like Discovery and they were my friend, and then they all of a sudden goes, well, then I don't want to be your friend anymore. That's just stupid to me. Just because I don't like one particular Star Trek show. That's just plain.
People got to be petty. That's why they're petty. There's no other reason for it. I want my show. I want this. I want that. You like this? Oh well, I can't ever speak to you again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to at the end of the day, is pettiness. And people can only be petty for so long before they realize that their pettiness is just a big heaping steaming pile of bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are things that I'm probably going to say here on this channel some days that somebody's going to disagree with, and give my video a thumbs down. Well, heck, thank you for that thumbs down. Because that's how this channel is going to grow. That's how we grow on YouTube. Thumbs up, thumbs down, input, communication.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you that have your own channel, if I show up in your chat, it's because I'm giving you the same support that you give me. So I will show up. I will say, what's up? And sometimes I might just say, what's up? And then I'll listen in the background. But I'm still there. I'm still paying attention to what you're doing. I'm still paying attention to what you're saying. That's just part of being an adult. Listening. Yeah. And Whoopa's right here. Some of it is factionalism. Like with the console war stuff, people pick sides, and if you pick the other side, they take it personally. Well, growing up, first console I had was the NES. And then I went to the dark side, the rebellious side, and chose Genesis. And honestly, looking at it now, it was stupid to say, oh, Genesis is better than Super Nintendo. No, they're both great consoles. They both had great games. Yeah, Genesis did have some flaws, but so did the Super Nintendo. But, we like what we like. I'm sure there are things that you like, Patriot, that I'll look at you and go, I'm not too crazy about that, but you like it, that's cool. Okay, maybe I'll walk away muttering to myself, I can't believe he likes that. What's wrong with him?
I mean, the way I look at it is nobody's perfect.
No, I'm not. I don't claim to be because I'm not.
I mean, I claim to be the perfect Trekkie, but that's just me. No, I'm kidding. I've never actually said that because, yeah.
I'm detecting high levels of, well, I won't say.
Bullshit.
Yes.
That's a very fair point.
Sorry, brother. I had to give you a hard time. Had the tricorder right there.
I'd be surprised if you didn't give me a hard time.
But to wrap this up, any other final thoughts real quick?
Nothing that I can think of right off the top of my head. Yeah, just like, support, support your, support fan projects, support fan stuff, support movies in Hollywood that actually have meaning, that's what I would say. Back to the Future is good classic Hollywood, and I think we all want that again.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start doing it. Let's start supporting it, through fan projects, through supporting places. Like I said, again, and it wasn't meant to be a political rant. If anyone took it that way, I deeply apologize. It was never my intention. But when I brought up Gina Carano and the Daily Wire, they took a risk on Gina Carano, and Daily Wire is getting into the movie business. They've already released one movie. Gina Carano, they're working on another. Gina Carano's already got several other movies that she's either already has concept on or she's already started filming on already. So she's doing amazing stuff with them. The fan projects, like I said, Legend of the White Dragon, the crowdfunding's over, the filming is already over and everything. But it's the purpose I'm talking about of start supporting what matters to you. If franchises matter to you, then either buy or don't buy products going to see the films, what have you. Because at the end of the day, money is the thing that keeps these people going. And they can't hide if there's terrible press and there's no income. Look at Cowboy Bebop. That got ripped so hard.
Mm-hmm.
There was another one, and I can't remember what it was, but there was another thing. Got ripped hard. Boom, canceled. So we have the power to make the change to get the entertainment and content we want. The question is, what are you willing to give up and sacrifice to do it? Because if it means I never see another movie in the theater, unless it's a throwback, like if it's a throwback kind of thing, like some theaters will do during summertime, where they'll have like old movies like Ghostbusters, Spaceballs. That's different. I'm talking new releases. I will never see a new release again if it means that I can get the change that I want out of Hollywood for the better. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. So far, there is they're very mixed bag in terms of what's come out lately. So I haven't given up hope that they can change, but I'm just saying, you want to see change, start when it comes to the money, and then go from there. So.
And Nerdporial is saying that he's going to be having a charity stream, and he'll post a link soon. So if we want to share it to anyone we know, let's do it. And also, I want to get to a question that Subhuman84 had was, I wonder how long it took Doc to rebuild that train. And I'm guessing he's talking specifically about the time train. How long did it take Doc to actually build it to his specifications that he wanted?
It's a good question, although I think we do have some form of indication, because his kids, the oldest, I would say, is, how old would you say? Probably 6 years old, maybe 7 years old.
Yeah.
Right. So I would say, I would venture to say probably from the last time we see Doc up until we see him again in the train, I would say probably it took him a good 5 years. because he already had the idea, the concepts, and everything. Now, where he got the train, because I guarantee you, the train that crashed, he didn't go get that train. Because that train would have been mangled. It would have been to rebuild a train like that by himself would have been impossible. Now, if he again, this is a major a major plot hole. Is it's never explained how he could have even remotely built a train into turn into a steam train into a time traveling train. Maybe he did get all the parts from the canyon. Maybe he did. We don't know, but that's the beauty of movies from that era. Use your imagination.
Yep.
Because that's what they did when they made this.
And that's how I've always interpreted, especially when it comes to the time train. Use your imagination as to how, why, and when Doc decided, I'm going to make a steam train locomotive into a time vehicle. Even through all the experiences that Doc had been through via time travel, he still considered making another time vehicle. Maybe taking the lessons that he learned with the DeLorean and making sure that certain things didn't happen, this time around.
Maybe he solely, because remember, initially, time travel was a mere experiment. Now that he knew what it could do and the blessings and the curses of time travel, maybe this was literally just something that his family did, is they explored time.
Yeah.
They literally traveled from one point in time to another, to another, to another, to another. And they just literally lived the rest of their lives. Maybe it was they went and time traveled, kind of like a weekend getaway. Him and his family, Doc and then the mom, they'd go chill out during the week. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they went time traveling throughout time. Again, the imagination, which something Hollywood used to practice in such great effect that they haven't used for a long time. That was the beauty of Back to the Future. There were what you could call plot holes. I call imagination holes.
Yeah.
Use your imagination to fill in those holes. It makes the story better in your mind. No two people are going to have the same imagination. Therefore, no two ways Back to the Future goes are going to be entirely the same. And I'm fine with that, and I love it personally because I love creativity. I love it.
These movies are perfect in my opinion. Yes, some might say, but you just brought up some points that you're nitpicking at. I can overlook those each and every time I watch the movies. Because I've even tried to say it to a mutual friend of ours. There are certain things where I can just sit back, relax, and turn my brain off and enjoy it as it was meant to be enjoyed. And then there are times where I will nitpick, and you'll hear me, mention something in a review, whether it's for a movie or a TV show, something I didn't like, it's something that's just grinding my gears. But that's what makes these movies special, is that even for the smallest of flaws that there might be, there's enough there to say, hey, pay attention to this and not that. That means nothing to the overall story. So I think now is a good time to wrap this up. After all, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours, but 4.5 hours discussing a very, very, very fun trilogy. If you've missed any of part 1 or part 2, I will include the link to those sometime tomorrow. But you can also go back and watch part 1 and part 2. Now, granted, with part 2, we had some issues with StreamYard, so we had to switch it over to this setup right here. But I do want to thank everybody who stopped by and watched this live stream. Of course, I want to thank you, Patriot, for coming on. I want to thank Whoopa
Thanks for
Troopa.
having me on, brother.
Not a problem. This was fun.
It was.
I want to also thank Spock. I want to thank the Nerdporial Lifeform. I want to thank Subhuman84. Let's see. Gotta cycle through. And if I miss anybody, I want to apologize ahead of time. Let's see. There she is. Leia Rose, thank you very much. And of course, Sadukar, thank you. And Alan Copeland, thank you very much. Let's see. Captain Trek, thank you very much. I also want to thank Darius Munchausen. Thank you. And to anybody that catches this on the replay, thank you very much. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to my friend, the Smoking Patriot. He does good content over there. And if you like this or any other video here on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, give this or any other video a thumbs up. Share the video with your friends. Leave a comment down in the comment section below. And subscribe to the Pacific414 YouTube channel. I thank you all very much. And if you'd like to follow me on social media, the links are down in the description. So, until next time, this has been Mike, and you are now a 414. Okay, I'm still working on that last part. Good night, everyone. See you later.